The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks is now hereby called to order. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. That was Adeja Susanna Langville, who was born on the island of St. Croix on May 5, 2005, to Fanny Andrews Clark and Philip Langville. She is currently homeschooled and is in the 12th grade. Adeja is a member of the 4-H Club at the University of the Virgin Islands St. Croix campus and a member of the Junior Firefighter Program. In her spare time, she loves taking care of her pets, Dora, Rayville, Gucci, and her fish. And upon graduation, Adeja plans to join the Air Force and later become a veterinarian assistant. At age 4, Adeja would hear Kendall Seago blowing the conch shell and wanted to learn. She began practicing daily with her stepdad, Wayne Clark, and by age 5, she was able to blow the conch shell without missing a beat. I can't say that I can do that. Her first public performance was at Believe in the Reef funding for Mario Moorhead. She then went on to perform at Revival of Quadrille. Adeja, thank you for blowing the conch shell this morning. As the conch shell in our culture and our society symbolizes a beacon of emancipation, a beacon of freedom for our people. It's very important that the conch shell was blown this morning as we are about to embark on a celebration that is ours and does not belong to anybody else. The very ethos of our identity happens to be our culture. But what exactly is culture? How do you define it? Simply put, culture is our social behavior, our norms and rules set by traditions and values which are often accepted as a basic rule that governs society. Culture is defined by everything from language, religion, cuisine, social habits, traditions, music, arts, and even our manners. Notice I said good morning. And before this meeting began, we all thought about culture. What is it exactly? But through culture, we are governed by long-standing customs, which are part of the building blocks of the pillar of any society. If these pillars are not properly followed, our culture will fall apart and dwindle through time. And while it may seem hard to think of culture in these terms, especially if you happen to reside in the Virgin Islands, where there is a melting pot of society, the fact of the matter is that culture results in our very survival as a territory. In fact, our culture has helped us connect the Virgin Islands communities with each other, and in this process, form close bonds and strengthened our people regardless of race, creed, or religion. In our melting pot of society here in the Virgin Islands, cultural diversity has made the canvas of the Virgin Islands a vibrant and wonderful place, much like our Madras. However, we must educate ourselves of our cultural differences and respect and accept one another to continue to make those strides and create a more colorful and harmonious world. The values of cultural diversity involve respecting or having respect for the acceptance of different cultures. By incorporating different cultures, we can ignite brighter sparks that inspire innovations and excellence in our lives, our workplaces, our communities, and this territory. It is a conscience that allows us to see the beauty of differences. This conscience enables us to see that love and peace can replace indifferences and conflicts. Today we find ourselves in this society at the cusp of a celebration of an occurrence that shaped our very freedom here in the Virgin Islands. We celebrate the official abolition of slavery in the Virgin Islands when more than 9,000 enslaved black people revolted against Danish colonizers on July 3, 1848. As per the orders of the then Governor General of the Danish West Indies, all the enslaved people were set free. The revolt was spearheaded by the Honorable Moses Gottlieb. I would like to take this opportunity to also congratulate the 51st Annual Agricultural Fair on St. Croix. I had the privilege to attend, and it was spectacular. We are also in the midst of Black History Month, where we recognize and celebrate the shared struggle of African Americans from the mainland and descendants of African people across the planet. Earlier this week, on February 20th, the United Nations celebrated the World Day of Social Justice. Its theme, Overcoming Barriers and Unleashing Opportunities, is particularly relevant in our territory and the work of this legislature. February 20th was also President's Day. All the presidents in American history are remembered and honored for their exemplary work in making America the great country that it is today. Today also marks the beginning of Lent, which is a religious observance of a period of 40 days during which Christians remember the events leading up and including the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, whose life and teachings are the foundation of all Christianity. Today is also the 44th St. Lucia Independence Day, and I would like to wish all St. Lucians that reside here in the Virgin Islands a happy St. Lucia Independence Day. Let us take this moment also to take a moment of silence for the lives that were lost in our communities impacted by the violence in this weekend of 2023, where there were 10 mass shootings resulting in over 50 victims in the mainland, as well as 2 Virgin Islands killed early Monday morning, bringing our gun violence total here in the territory to 7 in this early February 2023. Thank you. And before we move forward, I would like to outline some housekeeping rules. Please place all cell phones on silent or vibrate. I would also ask all testifiers to please consistently identify themselves each and every time with either your name or title before making statements or replying to questions for our in-house stenographers. I would also ask all present to please provide consideration to remaining virtual testifiers, if there are any online, by closing our mics and turning off our cameras accordingly until it's your turn to contribute to the discussion to assist us with our bandwidth limitations. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
He's present.
Say his name and then present. Marvin.
Oh, I'm sorry, got it. I'm sorry. Okay, can we take it from the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Samuel Carrion, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Novelli Francis.
I'm here.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Milton E. Potter, present. And Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., present.
Madam Clerk, are there
Okay,
any non-committee members present?
Yes, non-committee members, Senator Javon James, Senator Diane Capehart, and Senator Maurice James. So we have 6 present and 1 absent, 3 non-committee members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Before we begin, I would like to say that we also invited a number of agencies and organizations many of whom mentioned in the governor's executive order outlining the commemoration that we're about to have dialogue on. And some of them declined the invitation. And however, some may not have been outlined on the resolution, but from a logistical standpoint and being proactive, we decided to invite them in order to find out what their role or if they had any plans to support the 175th. And I'm looking forward to getting into dialogue so that we can open up that discussion as well. Clerk, please read the agenda into the record.
All righty. So the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks has scheduled a hearing on Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix to receive testimony and updates regarding the progress and challenges associated with our upcoming 175th anniversary of the Emancipation Celebration. We will receive information from representatives of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee, local government agencies, committees, and commissions with jurisdictions and roles over the 175th Emancipation Celebration, and other organizations and stakeholders relevant to this historic event. Invited testifiers are former Senator Carol M. Burke and other 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee members, Chairwoman, 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee, the Honorable J.P. Oriol, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. Sean Krigger, Deputy, SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office / VI Historic Preservation Commission, the Honorable Joseph Bosholti, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, and Ms. Frandel Gerard, Executive Director, Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And good morning, Honorable Chairwoman Carol Burke. How are you doing today?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Honorable Chairman Angel Bolquez. I am well, thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it, along with your committee members who will be testifying before us today concerning the 175th Commemoration Celebration. Could you please introduce yourselves along with everyone else that is with us today?
Good morning, Senator. Jamila Russell, she's supposed to be here as well. And I just texted her, so I hope she joins us. It is myself, Ms. Terry Helenese, who is to my left, as the Secretary of the Emancipation Committee, and as well as the Chair of Corporate Sponsorship, and the Honorable Myron Jackson, who should be joining us virtually. He's in the well, sorry.
Okay.
But he's with us as well, and he is the Chair of Research, Data Collection, and Digitization.
Thank you. And in the St. Thomas District, if everyone can put their name and title on the record, please.
Good morning, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals, here on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Bosholti.
Good morning, Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good morning, Sean L. Krigger, Director and Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Good morning, Senator Myron D. Jackson, member of the 175th Committee.
Thank you. And you're coming out loud and clear over here. Excellent. We will begin with the testimony of the 175th Committee. You may proceed, Chairwoman Burke. Oh, I apologize, Chairwoman. One moment. Apparently there is some correspondence, Madam Clerk. Would you read that into the record, please?
Sure. Honorable Angel Bolkes Jr., Committee Chairman, 35th Legislature. Greetings, Senator Bolkes. Please note for the record, I will be tardy to the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, scheduled for today, February 22nd, 2023, in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Chambers on St. Croix. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Alma Francis Heiliger as excused. Chairwoman Burke, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Angel Bolkes, Chairman and Honorable members of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, and to all other honorable members of the 35th Legislature. I am Carol Burke, Chairwoman of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee. I am accompanied here today by the Honorable Myron Jackson, Chairman of the Committee on Research, Data Collection, and Digitization, and Secretary Terry Helenice, Chairwoman of Corporate Sponsorship. We are humbled by the opportunity to provide testimony today before this august body. Yesterday, we presented a press conference at Government House, and I would like to share some of my remarks there. What an awesome weekend at the fairgrounds, which marked coming out for anxious fairgoers and the 175th Emancipation Commemorations Committee's initial participation in a public event. We were delighted to share in receiving fairgoers who included young, inquisitive minds, those who were merely seeking information, and those who eagerly embraced the commemoration of our freedom. So many of our residents and visitors from Sister Islands, St. Thomas, St. John, and the British Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and our wider Caribbean neighbors, and so many visitors from the mainland, including a husband and wife from Wisconsin who came by with their pâtés and fruit drinks in hand and happily announced that this year was also their state's celebration of 170 years of statehood. Honestly, we were overwhelmed. And we believe, I think I'm missing a portion of my testimony. Oh, sorry. We were overwhelmed and knocked off our feet by such an endearing and hearty experience. Over 3 days, we loved every memorable moment of engagement. The humbling outpour of interest and gestures of kindness deeply touched us. Thanks to every attendee, and I would be remiss if I did not thank the Fair Board, Commissioner Positive Nelson, Kurt Hosford, and the Department of Agriculture and its dedicated workers for spearheading a well-organized comeback event. As chairwoman of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee, I am extremely grateful to Governor Albert Bryan for entrusting in me with this leadership role. While this Emancipation Commemoration is very special, I have years of experience leading initiatives in the public and private sectors. That knowledge and skill set will continue to guide me in this regard. Further, please understand that this leadership will be like all others, where I seek information and guidance from various sources and at every level. The engagement is ours, and the commemoration belongs to the people. I am very grateful for the other 8 members of the 175th Emancipation Committee for their insightfulness and diligence, and for unleashing their creative minds and energies to ensure that the framework of this year's celebration of freedom will be unmatched. We all agree that this assignment is achievable, and we are determined to deliver every possibility based on the framework we've worked on for the past months. We are determined to build our vision and utilize this framework to organize events and activities and update and enhance specific historical landmarks. However, accomplishing this requires our continued collaborative efforts with departments throughout the government. It is also undoubtedly requires a concerted effort to include and involve the public in planning and developing our 175th Emancipation Commemoration this year. I am here to tell you that the 175th ECC is indeed ready. It is vital that we understand how this committee operates, which is under the office of the governor. And as such, we must abide by certain rules of engagement to include its procurement requirements. What is also required is the necessary funds to support the administration of the ECC. As of today, the committee has existed without office space and resources, supporting staff, and all that is needed to facilitate our operations. The 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee is limited regarding how the $1 million allotment can be utilized. Executive Order Number 522-2022, which was signed July 1, 2022, Section 3, is very clear. The committee will plan, open quote, the committee will plan and implement events, programs, and the official commemoration ceremony over the course of the 175th anniversary celebration year of 2023. This will include school activities, storytelling and art competitions, oratorical contests, public displays, and tours throughout the islands, close quote. Some of the initiatives that we have rolled up as of yesterday include the following: the Emancipation Commemoration commemorative license plates, which is yesterday we launched. We'll be launching the website and the final selection of the Keepers of the Flame. After sessions of deliberating on developing a commemorative plate that aligns with our history and incorporates the Virgin Islands flag, the seal of the Virgin Islands government, and the 175th commemoration logo, I am thrilled to announce that that plate will be available to the public come March 1st. I want to thank Director Barbara McIntosh for partnering with the ECC, and based on the response from the public this weekend, we probably would need more plates because of the demand. The ECC website, the upcoming VI175th.com website is intended to be the hub for the 175th Emancipation in 2023 and into the future. It is to encapsulate activities, information, and history. The objective is to make all easily accessible to everyone. Among the features highlighted are the listing of the many events taking place in 2023, historical information dating back to 1848 to the present day, a shareable news engine to stay up to date on the Emancipation Committee's activities and any 175th Emancipation updates, a portal for donations to contribute to preserving the history and the legacy of emancipation in the Virgin Islands, a central location for volunteers to connect with the Emancipation Committee. Many exciting opportunities are available, and the website will be simple and direct contact for what's happening in your area and how to be involved. 2 special sections will honor those who contributed greatly to the emancipation dream. One is to remember those who have passed in the form of the Keepers of the Flame, which will name 175 great figures in the history of the Virgin Islands. Later this year, Keepers of the Flame will be joined by a second section titled Living Legends. This section will venerate those in our community who have played an extraordinary role in forwarding the causes of the Virgin Islanders. I am proud to announce that the 175th ECC will be powered by VIA, who has also dedicated its cover of its directory to the 175th ECC and a 10-page insert depicting the works of Elroy Simmons, Dr. Arnold Highfield, Leo Carty, Shalana Brown, and Zara O'Reilly Bates. Local corporate sponsors are our own rum companies, Krigger Rum and Diageo USVI. They will both produce a specialty rum for the 175th Emancipation Commemoration. Now I'm going to go into some of the six subcommittees of the Emancipation Committee, beginning with capital projects, which is chaired by Maureen Burke Ventura. The most of the capital projects will be focused on enhancing Emancipation Drive. And it will be phased into 3 phases. Zone 1, which is currently in place. And then there's Zone 2 and 3, which continues within the next 4 to 5 years. Zone 1 phases approximately 6 miles, and through the collaboration of Department of Public Works, VIWAPA, Education, EDA, DPNR, USDA, UVI, and Department of Public Safety and Sports and Park and Recreation. The scope is to improve the curb and some road repair along Emancipation Drive, to include landscaping with local plants and trees in designated areas, such as the Lignum vitae tree of life, shrubs, the mastic family, the cocoa plum, pink manjack, and the royal palm, which is all indigenous to the Virgin Islands. Assistance from Rudy O'Reilly, the district conservationist at USDA, and Michael Morgan at UVI will assist with sourcing all the plants. Interactive educational site will be developed at the Claudio Marco School to include existing murals, which includes waysides containing historical information where students from other schools will be able to visit the site. Then there'll be an upgrading along King Street with concrete flower pots already sourced by DPW, a facade improvement for the traffic flow and parking at Yucca Building for interactive percussion display. There'll be the revitalization of Bottle Park and a sports park and recreation and the Fort Frederick, specifically DPNR. There'll also be a rest area after Paul E. Joseph Stadium area to relax and reflect, and waysides with historical information and with benches for locals and tourists. Then there'll be the design of columns, which arches are to be complete at the beginning at Emancipation Drive with torch and flame installed on the top. Vivo Construction will provide the work there at free of cost. This week, plants and trees will be sourced in collaboration with UVI. And then there'll be signage which will be reviewed by Historic Preservation, and those signs will be included: welcome to Freedom City, welcome to Bassin, welcome to Cruz Bay, and welcome to Shala Amali. And finally, there in St. Thomas and St. John, Nadine Machena Kang and former Senator Myron Jackson, and at Neil Bobby Thomas continue with the repairs at Emancipation Garden improvements and Cruz Bay and additional signage in the towns. I want to mention the other committees, subcommittees that are part of the ECC and their chair. Cultural Affairs is chaired by Dr. Kanuma Simmons. Education and Public Displays is chaired by Akeem McIntosh. And Research, Data Collection, and Digitization, the Honorable Myron Jackson. Corporate sponsorship, Terry Helenice. Volunteerism and recruitment, Jelani Ritter and Jamila Russell are the co-chairs. Thus far, the committee has also its email at freedom@vi175.com, and our phone number is 340-727-7175. Mr. Chair, that concludes my written testimony, and we are available for questions and questioning from the committee and the ensuing progress of the meeting.
Thank you, Chairwoman Burke. Before we go to the next testifier, I see that we have someone online. Can you please state your name and title? Is it Ms. Gerard?
Good morning, everyone. Frandel Gerard, Executive Director of Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism on St. Croix.
Okay, excellent. We'll be getting to you very soon, okay? So just hang on for a moment. Thank you for being here with us today. Next, we have the Honorable J.P. Oriol, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Burke, and members of the Committee on
We're having a little technical difficulty on this side. Could you try that one more time, Commissioner?
All right, good morning. Can you hear me now, Senator?
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Please proceed.
Sir, good. Please proceed. All right, so thank you, and good morning, Senator Burke and other members of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Again, my name is Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We don't have any formal testimony for this morning, Senator. We have been engaged with the 175th Emancipation Committee. We've been meeting with them, pledging support for the activities, many of which Chairman Burke mentioned. We have pledged both financial and technical support where we can, and we stand ready to continue to support this initiative over the next, not just this year, but the 5 years. I believe that we are looking to have many of the initiatives implemented. So again, we stand here in full support of what the 175th Emancipation Committee is striving to achieve, and we are here to continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Oriol. Mr. Sean Krigger, Deputy of State Historic Preservation Office, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Burke and members of the committee. I am also here in support of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. As Commissioner Oriol stated, we don't have written comments, but we're here to answer your questions and answer any concerns that you may have involving DPNR's support to the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee. Thank you.
Noted. And on behalf of the Honorable Joseph Bushelti, Director Turnbull, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning to the Honorable Senator Angel Burke, Junior Chairman of Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, and the other esteemed senators of this committee, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Ian Turnbull, the Director of the Division of Festivals, and I am here on behalf of the Department of Tourism as a designee of Commissioner Joseph Bushelti for today's hearing. The Department of Tourism was invited to speak to you today about the upcoming 175th Emancipation Celebration of the Territories' Independence on July 3rd, 2023, that will be hosted on July 3rd, 2023. The history of the U.S. Virgin Islands represents significant and inspiring moments of achievement and resilience in the world, Caribbean and American history. The 175th celebration gives our people an opportunity to teach our own narrative concerning the transatlantic slave trade and the history from whence we came. One of the most commemorative days in the history of the USVI is Emancipation Day on July 3rd. Almost 175 years ago, an organized slave revolt on the island of St. Croix led to the abolition of slavery in what was then the Danish West Indies. When we come together to celebrate the importance of Emancipation Day, we must remind our children, the community, and the world that brave and proud Virgin Islanders liberated themselves from slave owners 15 years before President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 to end slavery in the United States, and 17 years before the American Civil War ended in 1865. Additionally, the commemoration of the 175th anniversary is also a way to preserve and honor our culture as we share our history, music and dance, arts and crafts, and our food with each other and our visiting travelers. Our current campaign, Naturally in Rhythm, is rooted in promoting our history and culture through our offerings that are experienced through the 5 senses. Visitors can immerse themselves in the sound of the waves caressing our shores, observing our monuments, and recognizing the smiles of our people, tasting our local treats and culinary delights, feeling the rhythm of our local music, and smelling the sweet Caribbean breezes fragranced by the salt, blossoming flowers and fruits in season. The campaign was intentionally designed to focus on cultural travel in the territory rather than conventional tourism. We recognize that the USVI's history and cultural heritage is intertwined with and is vital to our tourism industry. The Department of Tourism stands ready to support the efforts of Governor Albert Bryan and his planning committee, who are overseeing the upcoming events celebrating the 175th anniversary of Emancipation Day. The Division of Festivals will marshal its experience and resources to assist in helping the anniversary planning committee team to realize their vision of producing and promoting memorable and world-class events. We stand at the ready. This very special anniversary offers a unique opportunity to remind the world that the U.S. Virgin Islands is not only a place of great beauty, exciting carnivals, and world-class beaches, but it offers important insights into the past. A walk through our islands is to see forts, monuments, plantations, and relics representing such historical moments as the 1733 St. John's Slave Revolt, led by Africans stolen from present-day Ghana, the 1878 Fireburn Rebellion led by the 3 queens, Mary, Agnes, and Matilda, and the early life in St. Croix of one of the founders of the United States, Mr. Alexander Hamilton. Tourism Department looks forward to working with Governor Albert Bryan and his staff, the distinguished members of the 175th Emancipation Day Celebration Planning Committee, the Cultural Affairs Subcommittee, the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and other stakeholders in helping to create their vision of this inspirational and historical event. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Turnbull.
Thank you, Derek.
And I know that former Senator Jackson is here in support of the committee as a committee member as well, so I'm assuming no testimony on that side, which was already read by Chairwoman Burke on this side. But before we proceed, I just want to say for the record, we live in a very diverse community and we respect everyone in our communities, and we celebrate many occurrences and traditions through heritage and culture of many different communities. But this is something we're not borrowing or celebrating through respect. This is actually ours. This is ours, and it should be celebrated on the magnitude of anything else that we celebrate. 4th of July, we celebrate St. Patrick's Day, we celebrate a lot of different holidays and traditions, and we go all out, you know, and I don't think that this should be any different, because this is ours, this is our heritage, this is our culture, and it's important for us to see the value in it so that we may also inspire our younger generations to do the same. I'm seeing a signal by Madam Clerk. Is there more correspondence before we proceed into the line of questioning?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Uh-oh, that echo is not good.
Please proceed.
Okay. This is from We From Upstreet, Inc., February 17, 2023. The Honorable Angel Bolkes Jr., Senator at Large, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte O'Malley, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, United States Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Senator at Large Bolkes, we from Upstreet, Inc., WEFUS, is in receipt of your letter dated February 2nd, 2023, to testify at the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks regarding the status of all projects surrounding the 175th Emancipation Commemoration. We from Upstreet, Inc. is a 27-year-old community-based and leading civic and neighborhood organization on St. Thomas. It was formed in 1995 to advocate and work for the historical appreciation and civic, cultural, and physical revitalization of the Upstreet neighborhood of Charlotte O'Malley. Originally, active members and contributors consisted mainly of persons who had, at some point in their lives, resided in Upstreet. But during the past several years, it has grown to include others who recognize the importance of the history and current development of the area to the well-being of St. Thomas and the Virgin Islands. The organization's well-known activities include an annual multi-evening Christmas celebration in the Franklin D. Roosevelt Veterans Memorial Park, the WEFUS summer program in conjunction with sports, parks, and recreation, and assisting other community organizations in sponsoring musical events or other activities in the park. Past and current members of our organization, such as cultural and social historians Glenn Kwabena Davis and former Senator Myron Jackson, are well known for their expertise in a variety of fields that has contributed to the preservation of our culture while also enhancing social skill and quality of life in the Virgin Islands. General historians like Dr. Marilyn Krigger and the late Dr. Ruth Molinar, administrators Edward Thomas, Austin Babe Monsanto, who passed away, and Liston Davis, who was the former education commissioner. Alphonse Stallier, the late James A.D. Francis, and musician Yvette Finch were /R community activists. Despite our gratitude for the invitation, we must respectfully decline it until we are informed of our organization's inclusion. We stand ready to respond to the call when the time is right, and we offer our congratulations to the individuals who are planning this significant event. Again, thank you for your continued interest and support. Please contact me at 340-513-9346 if you have any questions or need additional information, and you may also email your response to wefromupstreetinc@gmail.com. Sincerely, Kaiser A. Callwood, PhD, President.
Thank you. Is there another correspondence?
This one is from the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, dated February 6, 2023. The Honorable Angel Bolkes Jr., Senator at Large, Chairman on the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Chairman Bolkes Jr., I would like to thank you for the invitation to appear before the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks on February 22nd, 2023, on the island of St. Croix to give testimony on the historic celebration of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration taking place this year. The Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority has not been given a role in the organization and implementation of this commemoration. Therefore, I do not have any relevant testimony to offer at this hearing. and will not be in attendance. I wish you much success in this first committee hearing of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Sincerely, Roger Merritt Jr., Executive Director, Waste Management Authority.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other correspondence?
Yes, this one is from the St. Thomas Historical Trust, February 17, 2023. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., Senator at Large, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, VI 00802. Dear Senator Bolkes, the St. Thomas Historical Trust is in receipt of your invitation to provide an update on plans for the 175th commemoration of Emancipation. Unfortunately, we are unable to participate, but we stand ready to collaborate with the Commemoration Committee on any programs planned for St. Thomas. We look forward to future opportunities to share information on the initiatives that guide our mission to identify, protect, and preserve the history, sites, and cultures of St. Thomas. Thank you. Regards, Luana Whitley, President, St. Thomas Historical Trust.
Does
That
that end?
concludes the testimonies, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. Now, some may wonder why some of the entities were invited to this hearing. And from a logistical standpoint, I look at this celebration as a very big part of our culture currently, and there will be entertainment likely, there will be food, there will be beverages and functions, and I'm assuming that there will also be the need for waste management. Now, I would like to ask, Madam Chair, have you had any discussions with the Waste Management Authority concerning direct services, or are you actually having to pay for private services for waste management?
Senator, we have not had, first of all, we had a original planning meeting in September with all the departments, and in all honesty, we did not invite waste management, so you're correct though. Okay. They should be at the table.
Okay, noted. And I apologize, Ms. Gerard. I will have you give your testimony right now. I sort of jumped quickly. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Good morning again, Honorable Senator Angel Bolkes Jr.
One moment, Ms. Gerard. We're getting a bit of an echo feedback. Could you just hold one moment while media corrects it? Okay, please proceed. Please proceed.
Good morning. Is this better? Good morning. Is this better? Oh.
Yes.
I'm getting the echo as well. Honorable Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., member of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, or Chair of Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, members of the 34th Legislature, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and the listening audience. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this convening. And for the record, my name is Frandel Gerard. I am the Executive Director of Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism. And your interest in arguably one of the most important commemorations of the historical events that occurred on St. Croix, and for the African descendant residents of the former Danish West Indies, now the Virgin Islands of the United States. I am here as a representative of Chant, as a resident of Frederiksted, and personally as a descendant of formerly enslaved humans who may have participated in the revolution known as Emancipation Day, and who were directly impacted by the outcomes of July 3rd, 1848. Each year, I've had the opportunity to experience the events in Frederiksted that honor our ancestors and commemorate the spirit of the Emancipation Revolt. In 2018, with sponsorship from the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, Chant partnered with the community organizations that have kept the commemoration of emancipation alive, namely History, Tradition, and Culture, United Caribbean Association, better known as UCA, the 10 Sleepless Nights, and their members and supporters to elevate the commemoration and expand the activities surrounding July 3rd, Emancipation Day. And in my testimony, I attached a flyer indicating the 3 days of activities that all of the organizations participated, from a family fun day to tea party and music in the park, speeches at Budho, Arts and Crafts Day, and the Grand Quadrille that was done by the 10 Sleepless Nights. For this year's commemoration, Shant has been actively participating in the planned activities for the 175th anniversary of the Emancipation with 10 Sleepless Nights, Folk Life Fest 2023. Chant will participate in the Folk Life Fest panel on the U.S. Virgin Islands history and emancipation art exhibit. Chant has worked collaboratively with TSK, Caribbean Museum Center for the Arts, the curator at Fort Frederick Museum, to ensure that visitors to Frederiksted will be spoiled for choice, as all venues will host art exhibits highlighting freedom and the history of emancipation. The TSK schedule for Folk Fest 2023 was attached for your information. Their events begin June 24th and continue through July 3rd of 2023. I am currently serving as a member of 2 subcommittees of the 175th Emancipation Committee, namely the Education and Public Display Committee, chaired by Akeem McIntosh, and the Research and Data Collection Committee, chaired by former Senator Myron Jackson. Both committees have had numerous meetings and are developing deliverables for July 3rd, 2023 and beyond. In both committees, I have recommended to the committee chairs that outreach to the community organizations who have carried the commemoration year after year be included. I've also recommended that funds be made available through sub-grants to those community organizations and to cultural heritage and arts organizations for activities and events that will explore the narrative of freedom and emancipation in the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, and the world. These recommendations, to the best of my knowledge, have been forwarded to the chair and the 175th Emancipation Committee. As we move towards the 175th anniversary of the emancipation of the enslaved in the Danish West Indies, it is important that we honor the spirit of resistance of all who gathered in the town of Frederiksted on the morning of July 3rd, 1848, those who gathered at Basin, the entrance to Christiansted, that we also honor the foundation laid to continue organizing and working for self-determination. Our ancestors showed the power of unity, a lesson that resonates today. Thank you for this opportunity, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, President Gerard, and we appreciate you being here with us today. And where I left off concerning waste management, and I wish they were here today, because even though they may not believe they have a role to play, they really do concerning this commemoration, unless that pushes the committee to have to find private sector assistance with waste management, which wouldn't make any sense to me, personally. So, yes, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I will absolutely reach out to the director, but I totally agree with you. That should never have negated their presence here today. Even if just by reading the invitation, they would have known and in fact realized that, you know, they do in fact have a role with regards to this, to all the activities. And we're not seeking any private entity to fulfill the responsibilities that they are mandated to do.
And each and every department and agency has a role to play, whether it's just by attending or assisting. This is ours, and we really have to hammer down on that. This is our history, our culture. And before we go into the line of questioning, and I had Senator Blyden, you'll be first, but I wanted to know from DPNR two questions really quickly concerning the forts. What shape are the forts in right now, maintenance-wise? What's the status? Are they ready to be utilized for this function? We cannot hear you on this end, Commissioner. We still can't hear you on this end, Commissioner. Okay.
Okay.
Media-
You can hear us now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So again, Jean-Pierre Oriol for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. So Senator, for the St. Thomas District, Fort Christian is actually in much better shape given the renovation that was done prior to the Centennial transfer in 2017. The facility did receive some damage. We are in the midst of finalizing a PW for the repairs. But again, from an aesthetic perspective, as well as a function, you know, restrooms are working. There is power in the different rooms. But from an aesthetic perspective, there are some blowouts on the walls from paint and where there has just been a little bit of decay. Fort Frederick is actually in worse shape. Again, we can still hold functions inside of both forts. Let me be clear on that. But from an aesthetic perspective, you know, where we're talking about painting the walls and such, you know, we wanted to make sure that we don't cover over any damages prior to the full assessments being done with paint or anything, which the assessments on Fort Frederick are also in progress. They started in November. Fort Christian is actually almost completed. We actually expect the full assessment to be done before the end of this week. The committee has also come up with some plausible alternatives in terms of what we can do with the forts and how we can cover some of the damages. Again, we would like for the facility to be as pristine as possible. However, we're talking about a project, particularly on Fort Frederick, that is millions of dollars and probably a 24-month restoration project. So in time for this July, what we will be focusing on is what's the best we can do for the different forts with the consultation of the committee and what their hopes are, what their aspirations are based on the function that we're trying to host inside the facility.
Thank you for that. And I just noticed because I looked over the testimony of Ms. Gerard, and I noticed that the fort is also being utilized by them. So will there be a collaboration between the committee and the Historical Trust?
So
Crucial
right
Heritage
now-
and Natural Tourism.
So, Senator, right now, the Folk Life Festival happens every year beginning in June and runs into July. And that is in tandem with Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights.
Okay.
We have the dates that are being proposed for use by the fort for the Folk Life Festival. And so we are going to do our best to accommodate both functions. The last date, if I'm not mistaken, that the Folk Life Festival would actually be physically inside of the fort is currently scheduled for June 29th. And so in order to accommodate anything, we have to look and see what preparations we're looking at based on functions, but it is our hope that there can be that we can accommodate both uses.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Blyden, you are now acknowledged for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me on St. Croix?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you for that. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff, and good morning to all testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies.
Morning.
Emancipation is very important. You know, as Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
Yes, sir.
None but ourselves can free our mind. It's important, reason being, there's so much that was given from our ancestors, and we must continue to fight. Let me ask, before I go on, though, Mr. Chair, I believe Senator Jackson, you good? Okay, very well. Let me ask, I really do not know who would answer this question, but what's the status of efforts to select the 175 individuals for recognition? And I believe that the community was supposed to be afforded an opportunity to choose 50 of those individuals. What's the status of that process thus far? Who from the panel can answer my question?
Senator, this is Carol Burke, Chairwoman. The status is that it's completed. We announced yesterday at our press conference that we have finally, and that's what we did all of last week, painstakingly took our time to go through all the names that we not only we recommended names, but the public as well throughout St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John submitted names for consideration. That process has been exhausted, and we are prepared to announce who the final 175 honorees will be.
And in addition to that, I know that there was supposed to be a celebration or a ceremony also for those individuals back in December. When will that ceremony be held moving forward?
Senator, we are planning for that 2 ceremonies at Government House, one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas, and it will be in early April because these awards are being made, and with the shipping and everything, and having the base of the awards are marble, and they have to be engraved on the base, the name. So we're looking at that time in early April to have the ceremony.
Okay, very well. Do you have a website?
Our website will be launched this week, sir. Yes, vi175.com.
Very well. And according to Section 6 of Act number 8647, I know there was $1 million appropriated. Do you have a budget moving forward of how to spend that $1 million?
Yes, sir. In my earlier testimony, I indicated that the $1 million is specific to certain activities and projects. However, we do not have any funds for operations.
Okay, how much of that budget have been expended thus far?
We have, well, the monies became available to us the end of last month, and it is held in an account. The Government House has an account established for us, and it became available just last month. And it's only $250,000 that was released thus far, and we have expended approximately a third of that money.
On what? How? What have they been used for?
Well, the capital projects especially, we had to go to a surveying service where they provided drawings and basically a digital drawing as well of the whole landscape for Emancipation Drive. We also have... 1 minute. And then we have other expenditures regarding our meetings that we had to have, and to the extent that we're still trying to find a way to operate, we have had to make adjustments there as well.
How many meetings have you had thus far? And with those meetings, have you had a quorum at all of those meetings?
Every single one, every single meeting. Senator, we usually meet virtually every single week on Thursdays at 3 o'clock. And we usually, on an average, three times a month.
Okay, and how, for the monies you have spent thus far, how are those monies administered and who approves those expenditures? Each subcommittee has a plan, and as the committee of 9 members approve the plans for expenditure and invoices are submitted to us, we abide by the procurement rules that are set forth by the government to ensure that the vendor, number 1, is registered with procurement, and that all the invoices come to me. Based on that submission, it then goes to Ms. Durant at the business office in Government House for payment and processing, and payment. Okay, my time has been called, but thank you so much for your responses, and I will continue in the second round. Thank you so much,
Senator.
Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Burke, do you have a treasurer on board in your committee, or Government House actually manage this money for you?
Senator Carol Burke. Senator, we do not require a treasurer because Government House manages all of our accounts, as well as, and this recently happened, Department of Finance has a separate account for our corporate sponsorship and donations that they come into that account.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And before we proceed to Senator Potter, I assume that the custodian of the funds was the Council of the Arts. Is that incorrect?
That's incorrect. That Council of the Arts are only specifically for the Queens, Queens that was sponsored by Senator Javon James, and they're the ones who are the custodian of the funds.
For the sculpture?
For the sculpture and the installment.
Noted. Thank you for that clarification. Senator Potter, you are acknowledged for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone, colleagues. Good morning to all the testifiers here before us today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the wisdom in having this hearing today. I think this is a real incredible opportunity for the Virgin Islands to spotlight and celebrate the achievements, the strength and resilience and determination of our ancestors, without question. And this 175th commemoration of the Emancipation is very important. It is a big deal. I wanted to ask, one thing that stood out to me that was the fact that our division of festivals, and I heard Mr. Turnbull allude to his willingness to assist and support, but I would think that an entity that is equipped, an entity that has the subject matter experts, that is good at putting on festivals and events, would have had a direct role on the initial committee. Is there a reason why festivals isn't intimately and directly involved in the planning of this very, very important commemoration?
Good morning. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I would actually say that we are intimately involved. We've had at least 3 meetings with ECC already to go with regards to assisting, coming up with ideas with them, in tandem with them, for any activities that they would like to host. And again, resources that we might have, knowledge that we might have, we are more than willing. I know I've had the conversation with former Senator Myron Jackson, Kanuta Simmons, and some other committee chairs, committee members, basically with regards to activities and putting on stuff. So we're already in the government, so it technically is just a call, setting up meetings. So I would say yes, we are very much involved once we're tapped and needed.
Okay, once you're tapped and needed, but you're not directly driving this process in any real way. You're there as a supportive role. If Chairman Burke has some, needs some assistance in a particular area that you can render, you're more than willing to assist.
Yeah. So let's say, for instance, they have an event, and there's maybe a disconnect of certain things being done. It is not. It's a phone call. It's a text. Hey, guys, could you guide us down this path? Same as what we would do with any other government agency if they needed assistance of division of vessels.
Okay. I was able to attend a function in St. John last November 25th. And this organization, they put forward this event every year. It's an annual commemorative pilgrimage and historic tour to St. John. It was very incredible. I enjoyed it, very educational. My question is, and I know Frandel Gerard made reference to her recommendation that community organizations who have been involved and engaged in these types of activities should be engaged in this big celebration. And I get the sense that these folks are not really directly involved and engaged, at least on the St. Thomas end. And when I ask Chairman Burke if she can elaborate on that, and maybe she can clear up some misunderstanding, if that is the case.
Carol Burke. And Senator, this is such a good question that you ask. First of all, let me make it very, very, very clear that the ECC and its activities, especially surrounding Freedom Week, June 26th to July 3rd, is a state event. And we support every single organization that reveres our culture and our traditions. What Ms. Gerard has intimated is that we should provide mini grants to these organizations. And I'm going to say emphatically here, at our September meeting where Ms. Gerard was in attendance, it was very clear, and it is also contained in the executive order, that the ECC is not a funding organization. We are willing to partner with anyone, with any organization. And as I said in my testimony, what we have provided is a framework for us to roll out all the activities. So in the ensuing future, which is within the next week or two, there's going to be a call for all culture bearers, all organizations, groups, and individuals to come and meet with the ECC so that we could define or basically collaborate on the best way that they can have a solid role in activities and events.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burke. I am really pleased that there is going to be an opportunity for you to reach out to these entities so that there is a positive vibes as we go on with this very, very exciting series of activities commemorating our 175th, that there'll be positive vibes and no bad feelings that folks were excluded from providing their input in the event. So I really thank you for that. Thank you very much. I know my time was called, I believe. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Blyden, before you proceed, Senator James had a point of inquiry, and then Senator Blyden. Senator James, you're acknowledged.
Yes, my question goes to two individuals. And the point of inquiry would first start off with Ms. Burke and then to Mr. Ian Turnbull. As you know, July 3rd, 1848, that's when we had the emancipation. And it just so happened to be on the same time around St. John Festival. So I just wanted to hear from y'all as far as how you plan to merge it to make sure that they are not conflicting, because I would like to be to both events. So anyone can speak on the collaboration there?
I'll go first, and thank you, Senator Carol Burke. Specific to St. John Festival, we don't want to stop that festival. We don't want to impede it. But at the same time, we're not holding back on any events related to Emancipation Commemoration 175th because of St. John Festival.
And if Mr. Ian Turnbull can just place that, as far as collaboration between both the 175th Committee and Division of Festival, hopefully at some time the calendar can be released so individuals like myself can be able to pick and choose which one I will attend. And if you cannot speak on that, Mr. Turnbull.
For Division of Festivals, I agree with the sentiments of Ms. Carol, Chairwoman Carol Burke. The both can happen at the same time. It'll just make those events bigger. So we stand in ready to make all activities.
That's not the question. That's not the question. No one is saying both can't happen at the same time. The question is, as far as the calendar and working with each other to make sure individuals like myself, basically to release those events ahead of time, so individuals like myself and other individuals who take culture seriously can book the flights, make sure that we can juggle them. That's what I'm basically asking. So is there any collaboration with y'all to make sure that at some point that calendar will be released ahead of time and not last minute?
Yes, we've actually had the conversation, Senator. I've actually had the conversation with the ECC already about just this topic, because we know that this topic would come up. And of course, there's going to be more conversations to be had. I've already tapped the Assistant Director for St. John, Leona Smith. She's aware, and we stand at the ready. We're going to be putting those calendars out within the weeks coming. That gives people a guidance on what activities will be happening for St. John and for ECC commemoration. All right.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Blyden, you may proceed.
Yeah, that's my point of inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairwoman Burke, I know in the last senator's line of questioning, you spoke to your role and what you can and cannot do, and you said you do not give grants, but you work with and support all of those different other organizations. How do you go about doing that, and what type of support do you provide for them?
No, I said we will. And I also said that we will be calling on all culture bearers, all tradition bearers, and groups and individuals in the next one or 2 weeks to make sure that we find a role that is acceptable to them based on our own collaboration with those who are interested.
So you cannot say at this time what that collaboration would look like?
Well, what we're doing is we're gonna call on ideas based on what is in the executive order. Those individuals who have historically have activities related to culture, anything cultural. It don't even have to be just emancipation, but those people who have committed to our culture, preserving our culture and our traditions. Yes, we're calling them to come and meet with us, so that we could have a conversation and begin that collaboration.
I look forward to that because I've been going to those celebrations over the years, and they have really been at the forefront of this celebration. They have very good ideas, and they have been really keeping the culture alive. So I look forward to those conversations, and I'll be there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And before we proceed to the next senator, President Burke, I have a question concerning, being that we're talking about the budget and what was appropriated and the challenges with operations. Have you had an opportunity to sort of outline or break out the budget into sections, whereas you would use a certain amount for entertainment, a certain amount for maintenance, or whatever it is that whatever your necessital values are? And are you having any challenges with what is being quoted to the committee for these services?
You're talking about the operation of the ECC.
Yes.
You know, we have had to depend and rely upon Chief of Staff Carl Knight at Government House, because originally there were funds available, to be available for those specific purposes, so that we could have an office space, so that we could have travel budget, so that we could have meetings to accommodate meetings. And we don't have that now because that money it's not in the budget. So without that, it's difficult. That's why, for the most part, and thanks to my committed committee, we've been meeting just virtually and trying to basically write it out that way until we could see funding so that we could operate that we need to operate. We need to go into the schools and all islands. We need to do these things, and we can't do them because the cost of travel, and we just cannot even afford, nor are we allowed to access the other funds that are dedicated for other things that are not operational.
Okay, very well. And I would suggest that if there is a direct need, that you should lobby this body in support of whatever is necessary to fulfill those
Senator,
operational needs.
And I will. I think we need $150,000 to support our operations, because Chief Knight already told me that what he's afforded us thus far is just about depleted. So I will, in fact, follow up.
Okay, noted, and thank you for that. Senate President Francis Jr., you are now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone. I had to step out for a quick meeting, so certainly if I ask something that was already asked and answered, just say so and we could move on. So first of all, I want to say that I want to thank Adeja for her blowing off the conch shell. It actually gave me goose pimples, and I really enjoy being able to see this young individual involved in our culture and keeping and maintaining it. So today's discussion, I can't help but to think about the issue of Virgin Islands history and the fact that, well, we're here having this whole discussion and contemplation about the 175th anniversary that we still ain't teaching Virgin Islands history in our schools. So if there is one thing that I'm hoping that we could bring some resolution to during this whole emancipation discussion is being able to teach VI history in our schools. Virgin Islands history is rich. We're proud of it. We have had to endure. It's vibrant, but it's lacking. So I heard you just a while ago talk about going into the schools and but if we're already doing that, then there will be no need for you to go into the schools. It would have already been taught. So, from my lips to God's ear, I'm hoping that we can really address the issue of teaching of Virgin Islands history in our schools. I did my part in terms of moving legislation in regards to civics. I know that there is a number of culture bearers that continue to do their part in keeping the culture alive and well, but it's nothing like it being taught in school throughout the entire 12 grades that's presented there. So please, I want to thank Judge Harold Willocks for the umbilical cord, and certainly Dr. Larry Larson and the Mary Moheads, and those people, Chant, Frandel Gerard, and those individuals that continue to keep the information going. And I know Dr. Chen and everybody else that's doing their part for that. So I want to really, it's so important that we are able to showcase during this 175th anniversary where we at, but that we're making progress by making sure our students are being properly taught. I'll move away from that and just talk about, I heard you talk about office space. Who appointed you to this position?
Governor Albert Bryan.
So tell the governor you need an office. I can't believe we're having a discussion here about office space. This government got space all over this island. This is too important of an issue for us to be having any discussion about office space. Seriously. This is too important of an issue for us to be talking about limited resources. We should not be shortchanging ourselves during this 175th commemoration. Otherwise, we're cheating ourselves, we're being counterproductive, and we'll continue the slave mentality if we're not able to make an impact and step out. So, Madam Chair, I'm telling you that you gonna have to be aggressive about this, lead from the front, and demand. You have been given a mission, you have been given a charge, now you need the tools to do the job. If you need me to make a phone call on your behalf to the governor to implore some office space, please, let's make that happen. This is too important of an issue. I saw, let me just switch gear real quick. I saw a listing of events that Chant intends to have during the Emancipation Celebration schedules of event. Is this in consort with the emancipation events that you're having? Are we having discussions so that we don't have competing events? What's happening in that space? I'll ask you to respond first, and then I'll ask Ms. Gerard to respond, because again, we want to make sure that we have a concerted effort to make this effective, efficient RAN commemoration.
Senator Francis, Ms. Gerard testified here this morning that she's on 2 subcommittees for the ECC. I, as the chairwoman, has no knowledge whatsoever about any events, the dynamics of the events, and the relationship to what the ECC will be doing. None whatsoever.
Mr. Chair, my time has been called. Can I ask for some leniency to get at least hear from Ms. Gerard in terms of what's happening there, because it's important, again, that we don't have competing events, or at least there'll be some consortive effort to make sure that we're effective and efficient here. For once, if we could just come together and be able to have a good commemoration. Ms. Gerard?
Good morning. Thank you very much, Senator. The chant listing that you saw was what we did in 2018. The 2023 listing is the TSK Folk Life Festival schedule. And we were contacted to participate, particularly around the emancipation history, and we are coordinating a number of art exhibits that will happen for the 175th emancipation. Those conversations began, I'm going to say, in the summer 2022, because art shows take a long time to put together. And our historical conversation is something that we will lead. Just as clarification, the organizations that normally do things around emancipation are continuing their planning, independent of the 175th Commemoration Committee. And there are a number of cultural heritage historical organizations, societies that are doing calls for papers, poster contests that are consistent with what they've done every year. So what's happened in the cultural heritage space prior to the establishment of the committee continues. And hopefully with the meeting that Chairperson Burke spoke about, that will be the call to heritage and culture organizations and individuals and culture bearers, will be an opportunity for the melding of or an understanding of what is going on outside of the committee.
Very well. I think that communication is important, and I just want to conclude by stating that, in fact, that well, I don't want to see us having competing events. I think that what have been done in the past is certainly necessary to continue, but there needs to be some communication, and there needs to be one branding coming out of this that represent all of us here in the territory for once. I also want to take this opportunity to commend the delegate to Congress on the National Heritage Passage. I think that again, St. Croix is poised to receive some funding, and we really have to put an organization together to really showcase all of the opportunities and possibilities here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and thank you for your responses thus far.
Thank you, President Francis Jr. I can see that conch shell got you on a high frequency today. Yes, sir. And before we move on to Senator Johnson, I had a quick question because we talked about the maintenance of the forts, specifically more so the fort in Fort Fredericks, because predominantly most of the events, I'm assuming, will take place on the island of St. Croix. So we need to assure that that fort, more so, I mean both of course, but more so that one is has the adequate amount of upkeep necessary for us to pull off a great and successful event. I'm wanting to know, of the $1 million that was appropriated, was any of it appropriated for maintenance of the fort?
No, Senator.
Okay.
No, but we have had meetings, and if you want, Senator Myron Jackson have been engaged in a number of meetings with the individuals at the fort, and we had a meeting with Commissioner Oriol about 2 weeks ago about the condition and what are the possibilities that we have regarding making it look presentable and safe for the public throughout the celebration and its activities. So, and there were a number of recommendations that were made by Senator Jackson and accepted by Commissioner Oriol. So, that issue did come up, and we did have a meeting specific to that.
And really quickly before Senator Johnson has his 5 minutes, Commissioner Oriol, could you let us know what the cost associated with the maintenance that we're speaking of for the forts?
Jean-Pierre Oriol, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. So, Senator Boquez, I mean, the extent, it really depends. So, a 2-gallon bucket of the silicate paint that is used to paint the forts is $400 for 2 gallons. So, it depends on if we're painting the entire thing. It depends on if we're painting specific faces for what the events are going to be, but you're talking about very specialized paint that is very expensive. The last time we painted Fort Frederick, the paint was not even available in the territory. So we had to special order it from South Carolina in order for it to be here. We've already started speaking to suppliers about getting that paint back in order for us to be able to procure it for the July celebrations. But that's just, like what we talk about when we talk about the maintenance on the forts itself. For me right now, one of our main things that we're trying to push forward on is making sure that all the restroom facilities are fully functional. Again, given that there is going to be a significant number of persons inside of the forts, and we want those restored. We have tried to undertake some early maintenance issues that didn't seem too cost prohibitive, but then once the professionals got in there, they started noticing a number of other issues that started to raise the cost of that. So we're setting aside funding knowing that the forts, in fact, will be in high demand, and we have to fix those because we are going to have people inside of them.
And also to be safe as well, like the chairwoman indicated. So thank you for that answer, Commissioner. Senator Johnson, you're now acknowledged for your 5 minutes.
Good morning to the people of this territory. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Mr. Chair, you start off by saying, go all the way, go hard. And I make sure I jot it down because it's a serious time and we can't go halfway. It's our history we're talking about, but yet we really ain't funded right. I'm listening to Chairwoman Burke here today, like this million done before you get it. It's fair to say that, Ms. Burke? Be straight up with us, please. We need to know
Good
this.
morning, Senator. That's the only way I'm going to be. That's why I'm here today. I have had the misfortune of listening to people in this community say, quote unquote, $1 million for emancipation. I mean, really? $1 million ain't enough. If we want to have, we'll never have 175 years to celebrate ever again. This is a moment in time for all of us to give the best of us. And that means, well, that's why we're raising money as well. We got our first $1 million from the government. But we, and Ms. Helenice, if you would like, she is on that task to contact the embassies, contact those different nationalities that were affiliated with owning these Virgin Islands, corporate sponsorships, because that's how we envision this. It is grand. It's grand.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Helenice, can you give me a little bit of what's going on so far? Because Denmark, them should be Chinese some money in this pot. They definitely should. So how is that discussion going thus far?
Certainly. So we have engaged the 7 flags.
Ms. Helenice, Mike, please.
Mike.
Good morning, Terry Helenice. Good morning, Senator Johnson. We have engaged the 7 flags to contribute generously to the 175th Emancipation Commemoration events, and we have given them, in terms of that engagement and request, the official request, given them a deadline of responding by March 31st of this year. Okay. So by that date, we should know the number that they have contributed, and so we should know the number that they will be contributing by March 31st.
I will be very interested to hear their response. And I say this with sincere and seriousness. And why I say that, we keep talking about preserving our Danish architectural building. Keep talking about this. Keep talking about our tongues them. We want to preserve them in that Danish look. And today now we're talking about 175 years where we had to fight. But we're preserving something that has fought us and hold us down for so long. Let's see what they're going to say. No, I'm gonna leave it alone because I'll go far with this today, and I don't want to break your spirit here at all. You say you have a lot of different subcommittees. How many subcommittees you have?
6.
And each of them presented a budget thus far as to what it's going to take?
Each of them were allotted $150,000. And yes, they presented a budget for the $150,000.
I look at all what you're planning, and and I could see we're going to have some conflict with Chan, but I had the opportunity to visit the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, and they do a reenactment of what took place back in their time. Are we trying to find a way to do some opportunities to do reenactment? And this should just be for the 75th. We should be able to utilize our fort to do reenactment. So when tourists, when the boats them come in, when people are visiting, that our history is shown to them. What we had to do to be free people. In that reenactment of what it took to take over that fort and get our freedom. So I applaud all what is going on. But it shouldn't just be for just the 75th. It should be 175th. It should be a continuous thing. When people come, they get to understand the history of this territory and what our ancestors fought for. So is there any opportunity, because I've seen reenactment happen there with, I think it was with Chant. Are we going to do anything of a small version of the reenactment of what took place?
Senator, absolutely. That is a focal point of everything that we're going to do with regards to the celebration. We absolutely have to do the reenactment. And I promise you, it'll even be grander, I mean on a larger scale than you would normally see. And of course, again, Chant or any other organization who want to be a part of the reenactment are more than welcome to step in and
I
the
think
stage is theirs.
I think it's going to be very important, as Mr. President said, communication, because this thing has to be as big as it can be. And we can't go no small way with it. I can see every July 3rd where there's nobody in Frederickstead. But then July 4th come, we have all of this firework and the whole island is there and plus. And we must do everything to make sure July 3rd, everybody that can be there, be there. If that's what it's going to take to spend the next $30,000, $40,000 in fireworks for that day, do it. Let's not hold back. Let's make sure we go big and go all the way to make sure that the 175th is well put out and organized. And you got to talk to the governor, he give us some more money. All right?
Thank you,
I'll
Senator.
save the rest of my questions. My time has been called. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Point of inquiry, Senate President Francis, but before you do that, the conch shell look like you get you in prime farm too, Frankie. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go back to the chairperson, Ms. Burke. I heard you made the overture that Chant have a seat at the table. Is there anyone tasked with being able to reach out to these organizations that have carried the mantle over the years and really put on, despite not having the government funding and all of the other ancillary support, have continued to at least keep the flame burning in the past? Is there anyone tasked on your committee to reach out to them and make sure that they're brought into the fold?
We have a committee. Thank Carol Burke. Thank you, Senator. We have a committee called Volunteerism and Recruitment. And that's the primary function of that committee. It's chaired by Jamila Russell and Jelani Rita. And as what you did miss when you stepped out is that in the next 2 weeks, there will be a call for culture bearers, for tradition bearers, for groups, organizations, and individuals to come to a meeting held by the ECC for that specific purpose.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Chairwoman Burke, could you list out the subcommittees of the 175th?
Yes, Senator Bulkes. There is the Committee on Capital Projects, the Committee on Education and Public Display, the Committee on Corporate Sponsorship, the Committee on Data Collection, Research, and Digitization, and then there's a Communications and Media Committee, and Volunteerism and Recruitment Committee.
The Committee for Data and Digitization, would that sort of take all of those historical records that are part of our history and make them accessible to the general public?
Yes, Senator, and that committee is chaired by Honorable Myron Jackson.
Very well. And former Senator Jackson, you're quiet over there. I need to hear your voice. Could you tell us or give us an update on how that is going and if there's any collaborative efforts with that project?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here, and other representations around the table for this important discussion. The Committee on Research, Data Collection, and Digitization have been engaged, and I did bring a PowerPoint to discuss the aspects of our history and how important it is in reference to documentation. We find ourselves challenged in many ways for access of material, and when we speak about our history and education, primary sources are very important, and likewise our archives, libraries, museums, and depositories are equally important in this discussion this morning. If you want to go back to the historical records, we're talking about primary records that are housed here in the territory and outside of the territory. In Washington, D.C., known as Record 55 in the Danish National Archives, and other depositories throughout the world. More specifically, the U.S. and Denmark and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So we find ourselves in a challenge in getting access to our material for interpretation outside of what has been written and what has been documented, which is a tremendous amount of material that's over the last 175 years, over the last 350 years of our history that we've chronicled and that are in danger. And I know that the Department of Planning and Natural Resources is now moving towards digitization of our records housed in the Enid Bar Library and Archives building. I say this because we're tasked with research, data collection, and digitization. And to tell this story, it is those records and what has been written, what committees. We've had the 100th anniversary committee for emancipation that was held in each island district. We had the 175th. I'm sorry, the 150th, and now we're approaching the 175th anniversary to find information on the 100th observance of emancipation is like pulling a wisdom tooth. It's in either private collections or we just haven't had the ability to get into our archives for various reasons to pull that information. The 150th anniversary, that was 225 years ago. Likewise, is very challenging outside of the collective memory and what was documented. Where is that material today? The point I'm illustrating is that I trust that 25 years from now, 50 years from now, 175 years from now, what we have done or what we are about to do will be easily accessible to future generations and those who do research and documentation, and that our University of the Virgin Islands is equally engaged in this discourse in building another generation of Virgin Islanders who are the gatekeepers of our heritage and our history. I hope that was
Thank you.
Adequate response to your question.
Thank you, former Senator Myron Jackson. I appreciate you and commend you for all of your efforts in the area of culture. Now, Senator Maurice James, you're acknowledged for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, and everyone here today. I want to focus, Chairwoman Burke, on, in a sense, following up on what former Senator Myron Jackson just said about the longevity of the ECC, because 25 years from now, it will in fact be the 200th anniversary. So I saw in your testimony that you spoke about having a portal for donations, and I'm just wondering whether or not the intent is for the ECC to remove itself from the office of the governor and create an independent 501c3 organization.
Good morning again, Senator James. Every single member of the ECC is a Virgin Islander who has committed themselves to our prosperity and the longevity that former Senator Jackson spoke to. We're not doing this for the here and now. Specifically, how this committee will end up, we haven't definitively said it'll be a 501c3, but I know that there was legislative Institute of Culture. It has not yet been funded, but I see where you're going regarding your vision outside of the government. And I see the need for us to really start taking all this information, gathering it, and having it a compendium established where we can always not just go back to it, but use it for information going forward. So yes, that's a possibility as well.
Thank you. And one of the other questions that I have, the keepers of the flame, I assume, are all dead people because you have living legends. Is that correct?
Oh, you know what? Yes, we're honoring them posthumously because you'll be amazed, Senator, how many submissions we received, and when we have gathered together, how many names of individuals, storekeepers, people that we knew were part and parcel of building our communities, building our economy, and making St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John what they are individually and as a Virgin Islands territory of the United States. And it's huge. And we've been able to manage that and come up with, what we are proud of. And unfortunately, we couldn't put all those names, but yes, they're all passed on.
I'm really happy to hear about the amount of the submissions that you got. That's wonderful. I also wanted to ask, so what would be the criteria for the living legends? And how many do you intend to honor?
We intend to honor, and it absolutely won't be more than 50 people.
Okay.
And it's going to focus on culture. But we have not sat down and really come up with the criteria because we wanted to kind of like engage those same cultural organizations so that we have a good set of qualifications, guidelines put together so that when we pick those individuals as living legends of culture, that is something that we can all defend.
Okay, my last question before the next round is, St. Croix is the center of gravity for the revolution that happened in 1848. However, it liberated the rest of the Virgin Islands. So are you going to have activities on St. Thomas and on St. John, even though there is the St. John Festival? Is that going to happen?
Senator, we will be in default if we didn't make that happen. Because we're talking about embracing our cultures, promoting our culture, and involving all Virgin Islands, because we want to showcase that pride in all 3 Virgin Islands, including Water Island, but at the same time, we're focusing on what happened on St. Croix.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Diane Capehart, you're now acknowledged for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Chair.
apologize. I apologize, Senator. I neglected to acknowledge the presence of Senator Ray Fonseca, non-committee member, and also Senator Kenny Gittins, non-committee member. Kenneth Gittins, non-committee member. Please proceed, Senator Capehart.
Senator Bokes, Chairman, I would yield to Senator James, who I think was before me.
Okay. I thought he left the room. I didn't realize he came back. So, Senator James, you're now acknowledged for your 5 minutes.
Senator James present. Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. My question is to Ms. Burke. Section 7 of Executive Order number 522-2022 speaks to the committee may engage in consultants or paid executive directors. Was there a need for those things in Section 7?
Executive Director, to this date, we haven't really discussed bringing on an executive director. And maybe the time is right for that. But what has happened as of last week is I got somebody who's going to assist the committee with regards to networking. Friends, his name is Roland Roebuck. He brings with him a wealth of cultural connections, specifically the Afro-Latino portion of it. And he is indeed a Crucian who lives in Washington, D.C. But he's valuable to us and our work in that regard. And I think we as a committee, we could make the decision to perhaps hire an executive director.
No problem. I just want to make sure that the things that were mentioned in the executive order to get a status update. And in that same section 7, it says that the committee shall determine a budget for the planned events and shall present a budget to the governor for funding. I know our colleague, Senator Carla Joseph, presented that legislation on behalf of the committee. She's a member of the committee. So through the chair, I would just like to request the original budget, what was budgeted, so we can have an idea of what was presented to the committee and make sure that we're following. And in Section 8 of the same executive order, it says that all departments and agencies and instrumentalities of the government of the Virgin Islands are directed to cooperate fully with the committee. And I'm just hoping and praying, listening to what you said earlier as far as office space and whatever the case may be. I know somewhere in government there is some empty office space, so they shall cooperate with you and give you all the resources that you need. And as far as the $150,000, do you have a breakdown or any assessment as far as what you plan to do with the $150,000?
Senator, is not written, but I could produce it and submit it to the chairperson for the members.
No problem. And my quick question is to Director Ian Turnbull. I know you can't speak on behalf of Commissioner Bushelty, but I know the Department of Tourism is known for sponsoring events. Do you think that you can even help them in some way, shape, or form? Mr. Turnbull?
Yeah, that is, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals, that is something that internally I'd have to go through with the Commissioner. I know that, again, we are here at the ready to assist in any way that we can, but that is something internally, he would be the person to have confirmation on that.
And I just want to remind you, Ms. Burke, Section 8, all departments and agencies and instrumentalities of the government of the Virgin Islands are directed to cooperate fully with the committee. And if we want to say this is something meaningful to our culture as Virgin Islanders, you have the magic wand. So let's make it happen. And in the same executive order, it speaks to activities in the schools, and that is something dear to me. You know, sometimes we find our children confusing July 3rd with October 1st, 1878. And I also want to make sure that there's a strategic approach and a strong level of involvement from the Department of Education to make sure that we can have our children know the difference. So can you speak to any conversations that you had thus far with the Department of Education to follow through with that mandate in the executive order?
Yes, Senator. I have had conversation with Commissioner Wells, as well as she has identified support through Zara O'Reilly Bates, who has developed, let's say, a tailored curriculum for in school that will be totally cultural. The making of masquerading, and competitions, art competitions in the school, as well as oratorical contests that's tailored to history and traditions of the Virgin Islands. So yes, Shalana Brown as well will be a part of that, and I believe March 1, they should begin active involvement and engagement in the schools.
And Mr. Chair, I have a quick wrap up if you may. Yes, so based on the same executive order, the terms of the members of this committee shall continue through December 31st, 2023. And you know, recently I brought Amendment 34-658, which merged the mandate of Act 8543, in which I sponsored in my second term to erect a monument in honor of the fireborn queens. So do you think at some time you might have to extend the term of the committee, or you'll be able to work on the July 3rd event and still be able to fulfill the mandates of Act 8543 to erect a monument in honor of the fireborn queens? And that's my last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And it's a good question, Senator. We have included the mandates of your legislation that you sponsored about the queens and the installation of the queens as part of our responsibilities. And you're correct. We don't know yet if the term December 31st, 2023 is sufficient to address that, but I guarantee you that it would have been started. It would have been started. We will find out. We'll see as we gauge, the forwardness of the whole process, whether or not we still need to be in place after December 31st.
Thank you, Senator James. And before we go to Senator Capehart, President Burke, Chairwoman Burke, I'm sorry, have you determined a hard date as to how you want to complete all of the tasks before the 175th that you're comfortable with in order to let everything sort of ride out, if I can say it that way? So is there a cutoff date on all of the projects that you're working on in preparation for the 175th?
It's not hard. We have identified dates that we want regarding our reception for the Keepers of the Flame, and the website, once it's launched, is going to drive a lot of the dates that we want to fill in. Well, we have decided that for Freedom Week, we want what we want to look like. Again, that's June 26th to July 3rd. And it starts with a prayer service, folklife, and music festival. Because the truth of the matter is, Senator, music is a part of what defines us. To leave out music is almost like leaving out the belly. And we want to deal with the whole aspect of our culture, and that music entails Ghanaian music, Puerto Rican music, music from the other Caribbean islands, music from here. We want to make sure we feature it, so we have a 2-day folk life and music festival culminating, that's before the actual celebration on July 3rd. And something new that we contemplated, again, we want to include those activities that we embrace now. And we know that former Senator Positive Nelson does the 4 to 4 walk. We've already had conversation with him. We want to do that on a grander scale, including corporate support. But before that, on the Sunday, because Emancipation will be that Monday, we are contemplating including a big 4 to 4 ride with all these different bicycle groups. So they will preclude the 4 to 4 walk on Monday, but we'll invite St. Thomas, other islands, Puerto Rico, other islands to come, and we think it'll just be amazing to see all the bikers coming down the route through Queen Mary and the rest of the route and culminating, coming up to Fort Frederick, as would be the 4 to 4 walk.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, definitely. And Senator Capehart, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the testifiers. It is a pleasure to have former Senator Burke, who is the chairperson of this committee, Terry Helenese, Ms. Gerard from Chant, my former colleague in St. Thomas, Myron Jackson, and testifiers. I'm excited. I don't have 99 questions today, but I just want to say the start that you and your committee members this weekend at the Ag Fair, it was great. I mean, I already started to feel the energies of this big celebration that we are preparing for. So I want the long sleeve shot. I said I don't wear a t-shirt, but I want one of them. First, I want to ask for accountability purposes. Since you're receiving a $1 million for this celebration, are you going to be doing like quarterly reports? Because I think that would be important to have quarterly reports to see how that money is being spent. Because just suppose you go over that $1 million and you need more money, you can have that accountability that this is how you've been spending, and you can present that to this body. So that's just a suggestion. If you haven't thought about doing a quarterly report, that you should. I see you have before us Commissioner from DPNR, Commissioner Oriol. If he can even answer some questions, and I should know this, being a former employee, Deputy Commissioner at DPNR, when DPNR received funding to repair the forts. And I kind of heard that him saying that there's going to be a cost of $400 for paint. So my question to you, Commissioner Oriol, in your monies that you received from FEMA, wouldn't that be part of your repairs of receiving paint? Hi, Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator. Again, Jean-Pierre Oriol for DPNR. So our FEMA repairs do include painting, but painting would be the last step. So right now, we are not in the position to use the FEMA monies to paint just for this event, because there is going to be a significant amount of repairs following, or that should precede the actual painting. Painting would be the last step in the repairs.
Commissioner, can you tell me, have you secured a contractor for the repairs of the fort?
Not yet. Currently, right now, what is being done is the scope of work from the A&E firm. That scope of work kicked off in late October of last year. And again, there's a significant amount of repairs that need to be done, and the scope of work is not yet completed.
So you have no idea, like a timeline as far as, because you could have big construction going on, and you know you have the forts that you want to be able we want to be able to have celebrations at the fort. So it's going to be after these celebrations that you would start construction?
Correct. Right now, the scope of work to be completed for Fort Frederick is not anticipated until the end of May. The scope of work for Fort Christian actually should be completed by the end of this week, according to the A&E firm.
1 minute.
And then there would be the possibility of undertaking some of the repairs for Fort Christian, but they would not be done by the time July 3rd rolls around.
Thank you. You know, after this big celebration, I would love to see this particularly in the Virgin Islands, that we not only celebrate the 175th celebration, but to start thinking about a museum on culture. Because we have so much history, we have so much culture to celebrate, and I think that we should have that building, that place, that we could have that preservation, that we can celebrate, and people can come, you know, from our tourists to our even schools to participate and see and learn about the culture, because it is important that we have preservation on all houses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. And I echo the sentiments as well, in addition to also stating to the commissioner that it is imperative that we try to get those quotes as soon as possible to try to see if we can meet that timeline. I know you just made your statement, but any additional effort would truly be appreciated to try to bring that to the forefront for our 175th. Senator Carrion, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, the people of Virgin Islands, and good morning to the testifiers. Afternoon now, here present. I first want to thank the members of the ECC for accepting their role, appointment as committee members, and so thank you for doing that. Chairwoman, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
When was the committee established?
July 1, 2022.
22. How many meetings have you had thus far?
We meet every single Thursday. Since then.
Every single Thursday since then. Well, I am a bit concerned for the lack of involvement from nonprofit organizations that over the years have really been at the forefront of commemorating emancipation. To say that this committee has been established since July, and only now in 2 weeks, the committee is going to have a meeting with these organizations that have been with little or no resource keeping the flame burning, and haven't met with them, it's really a disrespect and insult to them. And that's just my point of view, my statement. I'm glad to hear that you're going to engage with them, but I think that at the beginning of the organization of this committee, the members should have reached out to these organizations that have been at the forefront and connect with them and hear what plans they had, and really then expand and provide that support to them. So I think we must do better. And I hope that when you have this meeting in these 2 weeks, that something fruitful comes out of it. Let's speak a little bit about the budget. In regards to the budget, have you presented a budget to the governor in regards to the committee? Is there a proposed budget?
We already have $1 million.
I know you've been granted $1 million, but have you presented how you intend to spend
we have
and
that
use
in
those
place.
funds?
Yes, Miss, we have that in place.
Okay. Well, can you submit that through the chair to this committee so that we can see what that budget is? I would have loved to see some of that within the testimony today also. With regards to now the funding development portion, what is the goal that you're trying to achieve when it comes to corporate, private donations?
Ms. Alanis.
In terms of the corporate sponsorships, we are looking at receiving these funds from the Seven Flags and other global and local sponsors and utilizing that portion of the funding to fund scholarships and grants. So those monies received by March 31st from the Seven Flags, whomever the countries are that contribute, that funding is what we are looking at sourcing to these students to take up, to look at or participate in sourcing these public displays, et cetera, and expending grants and scholarships throughout the community. That's what we're looking at using that funding for.
But what is the target amount that you are proposing or working towards?
So the goal, the aspirational goal, and it is an aggressive goal, the goal is to at least meet the $1 million that Governor Bryan had given through the executive order. That is the goal.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that information. Now, Department of Tourism, I think we have one of the representatives here. I want to know what type of engagement we have with tourism and how tourism is really connecting with the ECC to really promote and market the celebrations that we're having this year.
Good afternoon, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Division of Festivals. So we've had some preliminary conversations with the ECC. One of the things that we look forward in doing with them is as they have events lined up, of course, and press releases go out, we can assist in running that through our machine, in placing information with regards to some of the activities on the tourism website, as well as, again, like I mentioned before prior, assisting on the ground with the Division of Festivals, but more so just using the platforms that we have and using our tentacles to get the word out.
All right, and in closing, I think my time has been called. Chairwoman, can you share with us what government agencies have been connected with you and been part of the meetings you've had thus far, and their pledge or their roles with the committee? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. The government agencies that's been meeting with us is DPNR, Department of Public Work, Department of Education, and tourism. But Senator, I would like to respond to your words about being disrespectful. This committee, as I indicated, everybody here are Virgin Islanders. When we were named to this committee, we had a set of responses that were good. Good meaning we're glad we're having it. We had another set of responses that challenged our ability, or whether or not we should be named, or who was better suited to be on this committee. And we also were established during election time. Please don't let me forget that. So a lot of the things that came to us, not that we couldn't deal with them, were, oh, this is all political, this is all this, and this is all that. And we try to balance our maneuvering through all of that without intending to slight. This is my home. Without intending to slight anybody. So disrespect, we never, none of us, never intended on, nor do we think we know all about culture. But I could tell you this, Senator. From the time I know myself, I've always been a black woman. From the time I know myself, I've always been a cushion. And so when the governor named me to head up this committee, it was not ever forgetting that I've always held the hand of others to come on board. And that's what's going to happen. Well, it's going to happen next week or the week after. It's going to happen. Never to disrespect. Not me and not any of the members of the ECC.
Point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of inquiry goes to Mr. Commissioner Oriol. I heard you spoke about the scope of work. I'd like to know a couple things here. How much money was awarded by FEMA for the renovation of the fort in Frederiksted, and when was it awarded? We can't hear you at this time, Commish. Media, help us out.
We cannot hear you, Commissioner. One moment. Try again.
All right. Hello. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. To respond to Senator Johnson's question, so I'll say I really don't like putting the number out there, Senator, and the reason being is that it always comes back to think that the contracting amount is that big number. But the amount of the FEMA award is $6.1 million.
And when was it awarded?
It was awarded in 2021. It was the award was obligated in 2021. We issued a task order for the A&E services in early towards the end of the first quarter of 2022. So in the March-April timeframe, and scheduling and such. So the A&E firm began working on the project in October of last year. We've had several meetings with them in terms of progress on the development of the scope since then.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis Jr.
Yeah, real quickly, I know that Ms. Burke, Chairwoman Burke, mentioned that, in fact, there are some individual actually responsible for the volunteerism recruitment. I wanted to ask whether or not if she's aware of the organization yesterday, today, and tomorrow, if they were involved or contacted in respect to being a part of again, the burn, what you call the flame burning, if whether or not they're brought into the fold.
Senator Francis, the co-chairs of that subcommittee is Jamila Russell and Jelani Ritter. They're both from Frederiksted. And that organization that you're talking about is from Frederiksted as well. So it is intended. There have been cursory discussions. I have had personal discussions with some individuals, but what we don't want is to curry favor the field. And so you get some others feeling that they're getting preferential treatment. And all the inquiries we're having, we're bringing everybody in at the same time. So everybody will come in the next 2 weeks at that meeting for all cultural bearers and tradition bearers.
Very well, and obviously there'll be an opportunity for some public relations, advertisement, or whatever. So again, you want to broaden the scale and the spectrum,
Yes.
so that we can make sure that everybody is at least invited, and they could then determine whether or not they want to participate. But we don't want to leave no one behind.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. And before we go to Senator Fonseca, as everyone knows, that there are ARPA funds that have been appropriated to this territory, of which there's about 163 million for infrastructure, but also can be used on historical buildings and property. So it's imperative that we figure out what that amount is that can be applied to those historical buildings and see if there's an opportunity to utilize those funds for the maintenance of the forts and any other buildings that are going to be utilized during this commemoration. Senator Fonseca, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon and blessings to all the listening audience. This Committee on Youth, Culture, Sports, and Parks and Aging is very important because knowing and celebrating our culture and preserving our history allows us to have pride in our community. You know, on July 3rd, 1848, 175 years passed, the slaves in the Danish West Indies, now known officially as the Virgin Islands of the United States, were liberated. Incidentally, for some of the school kids, etc., that may not know, you know, the Danish flag is a red flag with a white cross. So some of the times in celebration, you see a red flag with a white cross. That's the Danish flag. Sometimes you see it with the Virgin Islands flag and the United States flag. You know, the history of the USVI is most consistent with the theme of this 175 Emancipation Celebration. But I want to go back 290 years ago in Virgin Islands history. And I have to give some of the credit to our honorable former Senate President Myron Jackson. Him and I have been working on this. As you know, I very much support his agenda, particularly when it came to gun violence. As the Chairman Burke earlier mentioned, there's been 7 murders in the territory. So 290 years ago, long before one of the most famous slaves revolts in American history in 1831, when Nat Turner led a bloody uprising in Southampton County, Virginia. Turner and his accomplices killed his masters as they lay sleeping. 290 years ago, long before the 1791 Haitian Revolution led by Toussaint Louverture, the Haitian Revolution that began as a slave revolt and ended with the founding of an independent state of Haiti, one of the, I think, the first black nation in Western America. 290 years ago, in the year 1733, long before those other famous slave revolts I just mentioned, there was the St. John Danish West Indies slave revolt, now called St. John USVI. Many slaves escaped to Tortola, but many jumped to the death at the Sandy Point Cliffs. The rocks at Sandy Point Cliffs are stained in the red of our ancestors' blood. The St. John Revolt was one of the earliest slave revolts in North American history saw a group of African slaves effectively conquer the Danish-owned island of St. John. At the time, most of the St. John slaves were part of the Akan African people of modern-day Ghana, A-K-R-A-N. The slaves were from the same region of Ghana and communicated and spoke the same language. They were plagued by widespread illness, droughts, and harsh slave codes. In November 1733, a group of high-ranking Akan slaves began to plot against their Danish masters. The rebellion began when a group of slaves used smuggled weapons to kill several Danish soldiers inside a fort of a plantation called Coral Bay. We're all familiar with Coral Bay, St. John. Another 150 conspirators, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Senator. Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Another 150 conspirators soon converged on the island's other plantations, killing several white colonists and eventually seizing command of most of San John. The slaves planned to claim the island and its valuable farmland as their own, but their freedom was ultimately short-lived. After only 6 months, the Akan rule in May 1734, several hundred French troops arrived and violently put down the rebellion in San John. And it was not until 1848, mainly due to rebellion 175 years ago in St. Croix, that slavery was finally abolished in the Danish West Indies. The official proclamation was posted for the slaves in Danish, but most of the slaves could not read and write. May the good Lord continue to bless all the souls of our ancestors who sacrificed their lives so that we may be free. Thank you much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for that very powerful historical commemoration of the historical events that took place in these Virgin Islands. Did you have a question for any of the testifiers? I'll at least grant you that really quickly before we move on to the next senator.
Yes, I actually have a surprise for our honorable chair, President, Mr. Francis. Myron Jackson and I have been working on a painting, and so we're having a painting done that we're going to donate to the Senate President. It depicts a slave being freed in the San John Revolt. It's a tall, dark, handsome gentleman, and he is being freed with his shackles, and there's a whip, and his wife has a little baby raising up to him, and he has two other young youth celebrating. So we're going to be donating. I have the picture here. I don't know if you can see it, but we're going to be donating.
Okay, Senator. I assume you had a question, but you can definitely pass that along off the record. Okay, I believe that we also have committee member Alma Francis Heilegger has just reached, and she is now acknowledged for her 5 minutes.
Is the mic on?
Yes, we can hear you,
Okay.
Senator.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of this territory, to the testifiers. I unfortunately am late today and I still have to go. When you live in a territory where dentists are limited and you have to have oral surgery, sometimes we have to, these committee meetings, we have to make adjustments. That's an advocacy for more dentists in the territory. What I would like to say is that I am a firm supporter of celebrating and enlightening the people of this territory when it comes to our culture, when it comes to our history. But I am going to be honest today. I'm a little bit concerned as to, this is Black History Month, and we live in a community that is predominantly Black, descendants of slaves. And yet here we are, years later, still just fighting to make sure that our children get Virgin Islands history on a consistent basis in their educational system. You know, we are one of the most unique people under the American flag, where I could guarantee you there is not another all-Black legislature under the US flag. It doesn't exist anyplace else except in these Virgin Islands territory. But yet here we are still having these types of conversations in this day and age. And it's very disappointing and very concerning to me as an individual. We spend quite a bit of time trying to figure out how to divide ourselves as opposed to recognize our uniqueness and unify as one and propel these Virgin Islands further and in a more prosperous way. And even within this institution, when you have situations where you have a majority of the members trying to suppress the minority of the members, even to situations like that are very concerning to me. So those are battles I'll fight another day. But what I will say to you is that the question I want to ask, and this one is more of a financial one. When we passed this bill to spend $1 million for the celebration of the 175th anniversary, at that time, I co-signed on it. I was very happy because the message that was given to us at that time is we're doing very well. We're doing great. We have money. We have COVID money coming in. We have money from everywhere. But after the State of the Territory, our governor did come out and share with us that we only have 4 or 5 days of cash on hand, and we really are in a very interesting state. So for me, from a financial standpoint, I'm going to ask the question, so maybe I could better understand what is prudent and what might or might not be. If we were in a situation before that we had $100 million at our disposal, I'm just tossing out a number. I'm not saying this is a number. If you had a business that had $100 million at their disposal and that is what they were sharing, but then now 10 months later, you realize you have $10 million cash flow, would you still expend the same amount for the same event? Now, I am supporting the event, but as a responsible legislator, I am asking a financial question. And if any of you could share with me your thoughts on that, because from when we signed off on it to where we are now, I'm hearing a totally different message. So is it prudent to now invest $1 million plus into a celebration, or can we find other ways to potentially curtail the cost, but still celebrate the event and still be fiscally responsible? That is the question I would like to pose to the testifiers today.
I can answer. I will proudly answer. Senator Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
The funding of the $1 million comes from the Diageo Community Trust Fund that's established for these and similar activities within the community.
Time.
And so this funding has not a thing to do with the other funds that are available and the level of funding in any of the general funds of this Virgin Islands government. It is a different set of money.
I am aware about the funding, but I'm asking about fiscal responsibility, because if we're able to do one thing one time, can we divide the monies? Because if we're going to potentially not have available funds to do other things, and this is going to be a fund that's going to be drawn upon to do other community activities where potentially the government might have been able to offset something. That's what I'm asking overall. So you think at this time it's okay for us to move ahead, from your opinion, that this is perfectly fine?
Yes,
that's
because
all I'm trying to get.
Senator, I could tell you as a resident of St. Croix that the people here want the celebration, and I know that the people in St. Were you at the, Senator, I shouldn't ask you the question because I don't ask questions, but anybody who came to the fairgrounds this weekend, anybody who were there from the east side to the west side, and the vastness of culture and the people who engaged at all levels, whether it was food, art, whatever it was, livestock. All I'm saying is, then the people don't want, you're saying that they don't want, we shouldn't celebrate.
Please hold on, Mr. Chair, work with me. Ma'am, hold on for a second. I am fully in agreement of us promoting our culture. So this is a money question for me. That's all I'm asking. So the myriad of things, I am a biggest cheerleader of it. I saw a video this weekend on TikTok where a young lady talked and she said, where's the culture in the Virgin Islands? And that hit my soul to the heart because I live here. I grew up around it. I understand our culture. But when you ask me to sit in this seat, I have to ask the necessary questions across the board, okay? So I'm not questioning about our culture. I support it 100%. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and I got some response from one of the testifiers.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heilegger. And I'd like to acknowledge the presence of non-committee member Senator Carla Joseph. You're now recognized for your 5 minutes. Oh, seems as if she has left. Okay, well, I will go ahead and I will go ahead and.
She's here.
Oh.
Hello, hello. I am just not. I'm here, Mr. Chairman, sitting and waiting. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We cannot, unfortunately. We can hear you, but not see you.
Because the camera in media is turned to a different seat.
I see that.
So, there we go. We got it right. We righted it. Oh, wonderful. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, media, for making it happen so swiftly. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I really want to say I'm very excited about the 175th Virgin Islands Emancipation Commemoration. This committee, I'm a member of the committee, and I'm going to tell you we are working with some highly intelligent people who are very passionate about our culture, our people, and to assure that this celebration is magnificent and like no other 175th committee or commemoration that we have. More importantly, I want to add that I really give huge kudos to the chairwoman, Burke. She's my big sister from the Big Island. I have made no qualms about it. I've declared it and disclosed it many times. And of course, the fine and very articulate former senator, the Honorable Myron Jackson, for his help. So you have a combination of human beings here on this committee who are very passionate and knowledgeable. I also want to thank my colleagues for supporting several pieces of legislation which went towards funding this committee and to assure that we are going to do our ancestors proud. And I really have to commend everyone. And I'm glad because I was monitoring the discussions in my office and I heard that whatever this committee needs, they are going to receive. And that is a wonderful thing. I do know that the Office of the Governor has been championing it. I do know that also the Honorable Bosede Bruce has been giving us all the support that we need as far as the finances and the like. So I'm very excited to be a part of the committee. And I just want to let Chairwoman Burke know that I would like to get my T-shirt, please. And I think you should, and I would recommend that all members of the 35th legislature, especially those who signed on as co-sponsors like Senator Potter and Senator Bokes, also receive a T-shirt. Those T-shirts are beautiful. They are commemorative T-shirts, and I really want to commend you for your exhibit that you had at the 51st annual fair. It was spectacular, and again, I really have to give huge kudos. Now going to my questions, which aren't going to be very in-depth. I also want to, before I go to those questions, to also commend, I have to say, because we've been doing a lot of work. The chairwoman especially, and also Ms. Terry Helenese, and former Senator Myron Jackson, the Honorable Myron Jackson, have been doing a lot of work. And the rollout of the new license plates looks so dynamic. I'm really, really thankful that we were able to communicate with each other, collaborate with each other, and to find some common ground, especially with that license plate. So I really have to commend you on that. Now, Chairwoman Burke?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to ask you a question about specifically how are we looking as far as the plans to roll out the website and the like. I noted in your testimony, and if you've answered this question, just say question asked and question answered so we could move on. The rollout of the website, I know we have already looked at what we can do to really enhance our website. How are we looking as far as a timeline to roll out the website?
Senator Joseph, the timeline is this week. We're just going through some kinks, the webmaster, and this week the website will be launched.
Wonderful. Again, I know you're working swiftly. I heard conversations regarding our collaboration with other organizations such as Chant, such as the Historic Trust, We from Upstreet Inc., a lot of these other organizations that have been doing annually events to commemorate our emancipation. And I heard, and I know it was part of your strategic plan to reach out to them. So you indicated a time frame that you plan to do that, which is within the coming week or two?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and so will they be, once you do that, is it your intent to have them be a part of those weekly committee meetings that we have?
No, ma'am. No, they will be incorporated to the extent, depending on what's going on in the meetings and discussions on the subcommittees, but not necessarily every week at the level of the ECC.
Okay, understood. And have you already started to move on the funding that you have been allotted for the ECC to purchase items?
Yes, we have. As I indicated in a previous response, we've already expended like a third of the $250,000 that's been allotted to us thus far.
Right, and I'm sure because it is the 175th Emancipation Celebration, that the celebration doesn't necessarily end on the week of Freedom Week. It is going to be extended outward from that week. Is that the intent? I don't know if you answered those questions.
No, that's fine. Yes, that is the intent. That is the intent, yes. Because it's like, for instance, in the schools, we intend to go all the way to December 2023. You know, we're starting in March and we're going all the way to December 2023.
Very good, very well, because this whole year is, in fact, a huge celebration, and that last week. Mr.
Senator,
Chairman, I don't have any additional questions. I really just want to again commend you and all of the members of the ECC and for the hard work that they have been doing from the inception when we were selected. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And I have a few questions now, so clerk, you can mark my 5 minutes. This question goes to Terry Helenice concerning your mention of the grants. I'm wondering, the grants that you will be able to provide, would those also be for nonprofit organizations?
Absolutely, they will be.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
So most of the stakeholder nonprofit organizations who have been historically tied to or have been conducting historical events in the name of, the July 3rd Emancipation and other events across the territory will be able to access those
Certainly,
those
and
grants?
that's why we requested with a deadline of March 31st. So as those monies come in, they will, we'll be able to expend those between that date and December, and even further than December 31st.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And what comes to mind too now is, the caliber of this event. I'm assuming you're going to need a lot of volunteers. How exactly is the 175th figuring out how to get those people together to volunteer for these events that you're putting on?
I'll defer to Chairwoman.
The structure that's in place is, number one, we have been already contacted by a number of persons and organizations about the interest in volunteering. People who have art studios, just you name it. We've been generating that list. We're going to be doing some media blast regarding that effort and stepping up the overall effort to recruit additional volunteers in specific areas. So once we get those, and it'll be a fluid process, and we're going to have all our information out there in the public domain to make sure that that the public has access to us nonetheless, regardless whether it's email, by phone, or through our website.
Okay, thank you for that. And so they'll be able to sign up by all of those mediums that you just mentioned.
Yes.
Do you have a volunteer coordinator, or is there a board member that is specifically responsible for that?
Co-chaired by Jamila Russell and Jelani Rita.
Noted, noted. And concerning your survey, I understand that you have one out, and you're sort of surveying the general public for information on sort of ideas and things that you should be doing. How exactly do you plan to implement some of those ideas?
We are waiting for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, headed by Dr. Kenuma Simmons, to come back with exactly the strategy that the committee has come up to incorporate it into the plans of the ECC. And that hasn't happened yet.
Okay, noted. And because the deadline is the 28th of February, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. And we'll be sure to broadcast that a little bit later for the viewing and listening audience
Thank
as
you.
well. So due to the lack of facilities, I assume that after this discussion today, you will be reaching out to the administrative branch to get access to hopefully some office space. Now, I know there was also a discussion about an executive director and other things. Do the members do most of the work, the office work? Who is doing all of that work?
Senator, Ms. Helenise, Senator Jackson, myself, yes, the members.
The members.
We've been taking on the role of that kind of office work, those duties, as well as being members of the committee. We've been double rolling ourselves.
Okay,
One
at least
minute.
you're rolling up the sleeves and getting it
Yes.
done. I appreciate that.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Now, concerning the license plate, is there a cost associated with that license plate? Will the funds from that license plate go to this 175th in order to have more funds to do other things that are needed or necessary?
Yes, Senator. Senator Joseph collaborated with Director McIntosh and myself, as well as Commissioner Bruce. And Director McIntosh was concerned that for the longevity, the continuity of the plates beyond 2023, and even when the first batch, and she's already ordered the first batch, and she knows how much that first batch, I don't know, I can't, but we're contemplating that it'll take
Time.
longer than the December 2023, nonetheless, to continue to roll out. So what has happened is, in the last session of the 34th legislature, there was an amendment that have $15 of the $49, which is the cost of the license plate, going directly back to BMV, and the rest of the fund coming to the Emancipation Committee for its ongoing projects. So in that regard, that was the vision that we had, and we were able to complete it through the help of the 34th legislature.
Okay, excellent. And how many plates are being printed? Do you have a number for us?
I honestly don't remember what the number is, but they're $49. However, if you're 65 years and older, you get your plate for free.
Awesome, awesome. And outside of operation expenses, what, or if you have, any additional immediate needs that we need to know about?
Well, I know soon we don't have any transportation either. I mean, it's kind of hard to get around, and that's something I could address with Chief of Staff Knight, having access to a vehicle. We thanks to Via gave us 3 mobile phones that we're currently using, and so we've been able to communicate that way. But when when the momentum builds, and we saw that momentum building after the fair because of our presence there, whether it was from the school children or to the older people or even to visitors who were there, we can see that multiply. We're going to see that multiply. We're planning to go to St. Thomas Carnival. And we planned that before, but just from the response at the fair, we know that we're going to have the volunteers going to have to actually really be on board so that we could have a seamless rollout of what we have available for St. Thomas Carnival.
Okay, thank you. And before I go to non-committee member Kenneth Gittins, I want to ask a question to Commissioner Oriol and also to Director Turnbull. Separate questions, so first being Commissioner Oriol. Has DPNR collaborated with the data subcommittee of the 175th to help in its digitization efforts? And also, do you have an archivist who is assisting them with that, if so?
Jean-Pierre Oriol, on behalf of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Again, good afternoon, Senator. So to answer the second part first, no, we do not have an archivist on staff currently. We are trying to bring one on board. As to the first part of your question, Senator Jackson, in our last meeting about 2 weeks ago, did request access. We did not have any objections. We just stated that particularly for the Danish archives right now that are on St. Croix, that facility in Florence Williams is currently under construction, so we would just need some advance notice and being able to access that with staff and with the construction company, notifying them that we would be in the building for review. And so we are, again, we did have a conversation about accessing those records, and we don't have any objections to them. We are trying currently to work with the former archivists from the territory so that we can have a little bit more organization of those records and to undertake our digitization project that I would like to see ourselves.
Very well, thank you. And Director Turnbull.
Point of inquiry. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes, I'll acknowledge you in just a moment, Senator. Thank you. Director Turnbull, has tourism provided or are you going to provide marketing and entertainment efforts and support to the 175th? Will staff be dedicated to assist the 175th with some of this marketing that they may need to do that may otherwise come at an exuberant cost to the 175th?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I think this question was asked earlier, and it is a resounding yes. We will assist in those efforts, sending out e-blasts, sending it to our marketing, agencies abroad, and making sure that the word is spread, not just here locally, but strategically, in Denmark and some of the other places that we have fingers and tentacles.
So,
as well as we will lend assistance with regards to artist bookings if we need to, helping and assisting with putting the show together for the various events that they'll be hosting.
Okay, excellent. That's where I wanted it to go. And in addition to graphic artists as well, if needed?
Well, I bought my shirt. So I don't know who's doing that stuff, but it's good. So I think they need any help from us on that end.
Okay, got it. Okay, point of inquiry, Senator Alma Francis Eiliger.
The testifiers and the people. I wanted to chime in when Chairman Burke spoke in reference to the website. I wanted to know, what is the cost associated with creating this website? I did see the outline of all the things that are going to be on it. And as well, also, is it going to be long-term? After this commemoration is over, will this website still be maintained and be up for information to be continuously read as, our emancipation is going to be continuous? The date, it'll keep clicking. How does that work?
Thank you, Senator Francis Halligan. And that's a great question. That is the exact intent. That's why there's so many details attached to the website, because we intend for it to remain even when this committee concludes. Hopefully, if we'll find a way where another entity can take it over, but it'll be available beyond December 31st, 2023. It'll still be live.
The main question was the cost. How much are we spending for it?
So far, we've attached a budget of $10,000 for our website, which includes operating a donation button and having other interactive features on it.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Majority Leader Kenneth Gittins, you have 5 minutes for your line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Congratulations on your first committee hearing as well, and to have this important and influential discussion that we're having here today. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
How are y'all doing? Good
We're
to
at
see
home.
you.
I'm at home.
Exactly. You're both at home. Ms. Helenise, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Okay, it's like you want to talk in the mic. Talk to us. I was looking at reviewing the testimonies and whatnot, and I'm moved by the testimony that I see here before us from the 175th Committee through the Chairwoman and from Department of Tourism. Because as I look at this, I was saying, our emancipation represents like a seminal event and a very influential event in not just our Virgin Islands history, but also in world history or human history, period. And I truly believe that we may have missed the bus or the boat, as we say, with the, the transfer centennial. I would have liked to see the tourism department invited more major publications to come to the territory and media outlets. And not just, I know we had some travel writers and whatnot, but this was so major. We should also be reaching out to big publications, National Geographic, New York Times, etc. So this brings me to ask what is being done to tell the true Virgin Islands story to the rest of the world. I noticed that tourism, you spoke about coming together to celebrate the importance of Emancipation Day, and we must remind our children and the community and the world and whatnot. While we're talking about reminding, we need to also educate them, first of all, in order for you to actually remind. So first thing, what is being done to tell the true story of Virgin Islands history to the rest of the world, in short?
You're asking tourism, right, or me?
Both. I mean,
both of us?
through the centennial, I mean, not centennial, through this Emancipation Commission.
We'll
start here in St. Croix.
That's where the collaboration with tourism really comes in, because they already have features in place to facilitate that, as well as really and truly the Port Authority. Because we have ships pulling up right here in Frederickstead. We should have a display every single time, not just the vendors that are there, but every single time of aspects of our culture and in the upcoming emancipation.
Which I heard my good colleague from Frederickstead also.
1 minute.
When I heard him, I said, that sounds like an echo. I almost thought that was myself talking from back in the 30th legislature, as I spoke about having those reenactments at our forts and whatnot. We have been told this time and time again every time we travel to see trade. They always tell us and give us hints on how to enhance the passenger experience here in the territory. And so when I heard my good colleague from Frederickstead talking about it, I'm like, listen, just drive it home, drive it home. We're gonna keep talking about this. Hopefully someday somebody gonna listen and we'll have it done. I mean, we could do this through our students. It could be part of their curriculum so that they're not actually missing school to go and do this, but they will be part of their grading and whatnot, and part of their history. And we should also be extending invitations to high-profile public figures to participate in this as well. I noticed that tourism also spoke about the history of the Virgin Islands represents significant and inspiring moments of achievement and resilience in the world. Exactly. Again, we need to reach out, though. Reach out to the rest of the world. And as we do this, Mr. Turnbull, my good cousin there in St. Thomas, I did send you a text message the other day. I didn't see a response from you, but I was elated to see a response from your boss and from the Port Authority director, wherein I sent you all a video of how Trinidad was promoting their festivities coming off of the heels of this pandemic. And right at JFK Airport, they were there greeting the passengers, boarding the flight to go to Trinidad for Carnival with Mokojumbi, music, their local music, and flags and whatnot going. So I'm saying again, this is the 175th Emancipation Celebration. We need to look at these things, take a page from their book, and do the same thing in promoting. Again, congratulations to y'all. I know that I'm looking forward for big things, and y'all sitting there, y'all ain't gonna do it no less than. So whatever we could do from a legislative standpoint, please, we are your friends. Like you said, you're at home. Let us know what your needs are to see how we can assist. And I'm pretty sure that all my colleagues, even those from St. Thomas and St. John, are ready to assist. Sadly, this gonna come right like with Independence, 4th of July, and we have been really losing focus on Emancipation, July 3rd, versus Independence, July 4th. But let's bring it home and again, educate our folks, all right, as we also educate the world.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I believe I went over time. I hate time, but I apologize and I appreciate the extra time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Majority Leader Senator Gittins.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Alma Francis Heilegger.
Thank you. Also, Senator Carla Joseph has a point of inquiry as well. Well, a point of clarification. I want to ask a question. You know, I know people are, I'm going to keep drilling down on this money thing because I am all for us throwing a party and I am all for us celebrating our culture, but I still need to understand the money. Okay? That's my job. I heard Mr. Turnbull say he paid for his T-shirt. So you said you bought a T-shirt? That's what I heard you say? You bought two. Okay. So now that popped a question in my head. Does this committee have a treasurer? And if we're donating this money, when we are going to be selling items, who is going to be keeping accountability for items that are being sold and the potential additional profit coming back into this committee? Who's tracking all of that? Because if we're putting out the money to buy the things and they're now being sold, I wasn't aware that there was a sales component outside of the plate. So if there is one, I would like to know accounting of that and what additional potential profits you guys have already projected as to what additional you will get or make on that $1 million to help sustain or even continue this committee. Thank you.
We're not making profit on anything, Senator. What we have done was, let me just say, we've been smart enough to know the limitations of the funds of the government. And what we did, thanks to Commissioner Bosadie Bruce, is in realizing that part of our responsibility to promote our brand and to promote these activities, we have to sell things. And to that extent, she created a special account where all the money, and she functions as the treasurer. All the money is deposited right back into that account so that we could have access to it for any other need that we may have down the road. Ain't no profit.
Well, I would like to know, this is the first time I'm hearing about any of this. And this is where you caused me to keep drilling down on these financial questions, because as the individual that voted to give this money, this is information I should have been aware of. And what if I didn't ask this question? Would I have known? Because based on what you're saying, the finance commissioner is acting as a chair for did the committee decide and vote to do this? And do we get an accounting of how much money we are going to make? Because if we already give this money, any additional monies that come in, we would have to get an accounting or need an accounting of it. So this is a little bit concerning to me, because I'm really trying to understand how this dynamic is working from a structural and a financial or even a treasurer standpoint. Thank you.
Senator Joseph, point of clarification.
Okay. I do have a point of clarification based on what the chairwoman represented for the license plates and how it's divvied up. This body, through Bill Amendment number 34-690, which was on Bill number, sorry, my papers are all confusing here, which was on Bill number 34-0298. We passed an amendment which I sponsored along with Senator Javon James Jr. And so $15 from the sale of the license plate actually goes into the Virgin Islands Historical Commemoration Fund. And that's the fund that is used by this committee, the ECC, to fund activities. So it's not the full $49. The other the other remaining goes into the regular personalized license plate fund. But $15 from the sales go into the actual Virgin Islands Historical Commemoration Fund. That's what this body passed in the 34th legislature as an amendment. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification. And for your edification, Mr. Chairman, it would be under section 15 of Act number 8490. I'm sorry, Act 8690. Okay, thank you.
Noted, Senator Joseph, and thank you for that point of information. That wraps up the first round of questioning, and we're about to go into a second round with 2 minutes per senator. But prior to that, we are going to receive a PowerPoint presentation by former Senator Jackson. However, we will have a short recess before we start. Okay, so we will recess. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks will recess for 20 minutes. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is back from recess. Before we proceed to the presentation by former Senator Myron Jackson, I just wanted to state that Senator Alma Francis Heilegger will go first in the line of questioning, being that she has to go to a dentist appointment. Okay. Former Senator Jackson, are you prepared?
She the one that put it on there?
Former Senator Jackson?
Yes. If they could put, good afternoon, Senator. Can they put the image up on the screen? Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So the committee that I chair, Research, Data Collection, and Digitization, is a committee which provides assurance and academic oversight to the accuracy of information relating to emancipation and notable historical events. The committee is also responsible for ensuring the public interest is represented. We know that emancipation happened in St. Croix, the site of this historic event was what we know today as Bodo Park, Fort Frederick as the backdrop, also engaged, and this is a national historic landmark. We don't treat it as such, but it is. And in 1848, July 3rd, our ancestors demanded their freedom from shackle slavery. Of course, this story doesn't begin on just this side of the Atlantic, but across the Atlantic. The door of no return for those of us that have returned and visited the slave castles, especially in Ghana and other West African countries to which our ancestors came, would know that this door is where we left, and it was never intended for us to return. Our ancestry is diverse of nations, empires, societies, tribes, of various languages and culture. One of the things that we don't do is to link our forts to the forts on West Africa, and they're directly linked to this story. We mostly speak of Danish occupation and colonization, but rarely do we link our forts to the transatlantic slave trade and their ancestors. If we could move to the next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I was clicking my computer thinking the slides were moving, but so in that regard, next slide, please. Denmark takes pride in letting the world know that they abolished the slave trade in 1792, which went into effect on January 1st, 1802. However, that did not end chattel slavery in the Danish West Indies, and it was not till 1848 that slavery was abolished, and then really in 1878 for the fire burn that true emancipation comes. Next slide, please. This story, this course of slaves and various publications. Next slide, please. This trade,
next.
Are we connected still?
Next. Media, next slide,
please.
Media, next slide.
This story, this saga of our ancestors and their departure from the continent of Africa to the Caribbean, the West Indies, the Danish West Indies, and the African diaspora has countless historical accounts and chapters in history. Next slide, please. The Danish slave trade was actively engaged for the most part and continued throughout the history of slavery. Next slide. And that brings us to the 1733 African slave insurrection. We most recently have been engaged with the Akwamu Nation of Ghana, who met the former Attorney General during a conference in Ghana and has expressed a desire to visit. This year will mark an important benchmark in the history of the 1733 insurrection. As a result of the institution of slavery and the harsh slave codes, as you could see depicted here in this slide, the enslaved Africans who were nobles in their society, sold into slavery by civil war, decided that they were going to bring an end of slavery on the island of St. John, Danish West Indies. Next slide. As a result of that, in November of 1733, they took over the fort, blew the tutu or conch shell, raised the flag, and declared their independence from European domination. Next slide. It is from this story and the purchase of St. Croix that Denmark completed its colonies in the Danish West Indies. Next slide. If there's any question about the transatlantic slave trade and the Danish West Indies and Denmark's role in the slave trade, you just have to go to the archives, and that's why our archives are so very important, not only for the past, but also our present. Here is a clip of 249 Gold Coast Negroes arriving from the Gold Coast, which is today's Ghana. It gives you the name of the captain, the name of the ship, and it's arriving in Christiansted, St. Croix. Next slide. The industries or the capitalistic enterprises of tobacco, indigo, and then later sugarcane, sugar, and rum made these islands a rival in Europe, and Denmark became one of the last European nations to enter into this enterprising, capitalistic enterprise of slavery. Next. Through the story of an enslaved African in Denmark with a Kong Zindendorf who protected Moravians in Saxony, the Moravians came to the Danish West Indies. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. And as a result of that, the Moravian churches were established, and we have the oldest Moravian churches in the Western Hemisphere that are African Moravian or Black Moravian churches as a result of this story. Next slide, please. Fort Christian, completed around 1680, began this enterprise between the Gold Coast and the Caribbean or the West Indies. Eyewitness accounts of slavery in the Danish West Indies by Isidore Paiwanski gives us a reflection of the role of Denmark in this trade. Next slide, please. The establishment of St. Croix. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The establishment of Fort Christian, Fort Christianburn, the landing site of enslaved Africans on St. Croix, and likewise Fort Frederick, tells the story. And this discussion that we're having today is how are these landmarks interpreted? How do we care for them? How do we interpret? How do we pass this information on to our children and to our community and our visitors? Next slide. Our archives, we have World Heritage Archives that speak to this transatlantic slave trade and the arrival of our ancestors through documentation. Unlike other communities in the world, around the world where slavery existed, the Virgin Islands has some of the most complete archives that exist that can trace an African from a fort, a slave castle on the Gold Coast, or more specifically Ghana, to the Danish West Indies, to a plantation, being sold to a plantation, and subsequently their existence on this island. So the African Population Project, done by George Tyson and others, has been established and requires a home, which the University of the Virgin Islands is supposed to move in that direction so that this material does not leave to other institutions outside of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Next slide, please. Collective memory. The memory of a, collective memory. The memory of a group of people typically passed down from one generation to the next. Of course, our tradition bearers over the generations, we've lost quite a few over the last 5 years, but how is that collective memory passed down from one generation to the next? Next slide, please. The Virgin Islands culture is full of various stories of heroes and sheroes and heroines, particularly of African descent, whose personal contributions and sacrifices and their instance of human rights and justice ignited the torch of Virgin Islands liberty. Next slide, please. This collective memory is passed down from storytellers, from mother to daughter, from father to son, from grandmother to grandchild, from our educators, from our ability to take that material, of this material culture, and to transmit it to our children, giving them a sense of pride and hope, and likewise, their role in the world as liberators. Next slide, please. Likewise, during the Queen Keziah 1892 coal workers strike on St. Thomas, a queen came about, Queen Keziah, likewise joining the list of queens. We had Queen Rufo on St. John in 1733. Women played a significant role in our liberation. However, marginalized throughout our history in accounts. Next slide, please. So this story and these sagas are countless, and it is important for us to pass this on from generation to our next generation and future generations. Next slide, please. These images and archives provide a glimpse of the past that let us know how our ancestors made personal sacrifices to bring us where we are today. Next slide. One of the areas that Virgin Islanders are now doing is the DNA testing. There is a test for a cousin of mine, Maurice A. Donovan Jr., and on the certificate it says the Yoruba and Fulani peoples of Nigeria. The genealogy libraries that exist, which would be the Caribbean Genealogy Library, Landmark Society, Florence Williams, the Enid Barr Archives, the Van Schulten Collection. All of those are very important in giving us our identity and linking us to who we are as a people. Next. We speak much of our European heritage in many ways. I'm French, I'm Irish, etc. But very few of us could speak to our African identity, whether it be Yoruba, Ashanti, Ewe, Fanti, and the like. Next slide, please. So this archives that we inherited, this World Heritage collection of archives housed in the territory and the United States and in other depositories like Denmark and other European nations, provide us with first-hand information, what we call primary sources. And it is important as a people that we preserve not only our past, records of the past, but our modern records as well. And if we fail to do so, we fail as a society and civilization. Next slide. They provide us a wealth of information. They provide us census records, death records, birth records, images that connect us to who we are. Likewise, the migrations of Virgin Islanders and others from various parts of the Caribbean and around the world who have made these islands their home. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, if we think that this is just one side, a one-sided story is not, as Europeans, especially Danes, also returning, looking for their African ancestry. These are two examples of noted Danes who have made the Virgin Islands their home or visit on a regular basis, on an annual basis, looking for that identity, writing and articulating about their African ancestry. Next slide. Our African artisans who built these towns, as we talk about historic preservation and towns of Frederiksted and Christiansted and Charlotte Amalie and Cruz Bay St. John, how these were built by the hands and the creativity of our ancestors are equally important. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So, as we celebrate these holidays and observances, we continue to do our best, but not our very best in the celebration of them, but also what is required in preserving this material and recorded history. Next slide, please. These images that speak of a landscape that made St. Croix the agricultural belt of the Caribbean. Next slide. A sugar factory or factories. Next slide, please. Next slide. And the industry that created the wealth that gave Denmark the wealth and Europe is likewise exhibited by these buildings and this landscape. Next slide, please. Our struggles for liberation is also linked to this story of emancipation, and likewise our connection to West Africa and the slave forts that are lined all along the west coast of Africa that many of us are now visiting. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next. Next. So as we talk about these sites and our preservation of them, it is equally important that we put the resources in protecting them and in their interpretation. Much of our discussion today was regarding Fort Frederick, Bodo Park, and likewise these sculptures that commemorate this historic act of freedom. Next slide, please. There are actually 4 freedom statues that were commissioned in 1998. One in Frederiksted, one in Charlotte Amalie in the Emancipation Garden. The one in Frederiksted sits in the square of the Custom House adjacent to Bodo Park. One in Cruz Bay, and the 4th was installed in the docks where these ships that traded our ancestors and took the wealth from our industry of sugar and rum back to the wharves of Copenhagen now sits. Next slide. Our local artists. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, as we are now celebrating the 175th anniversary of emancipation, and the preservation of our culture is equally important in this story. The importance of having institutions and institutionalizing culture is our task. And if we fail to do so, we will lose what I believe is one of the most beautiful cultures in this region. Next slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, former Senator Jackson, for your presentation. Truly appreciate it. And before we go to Senator Alma Francis Heilegger, I really wanted to ask Ms. Gerard, who's online, Ms. Gerard, you mentioned in your testimony that you have communicated up the organizational chain to other organizations who have annually done work in commemorating the July 3rd Emancipation weekend prior to this year being included. Could you tell us who some of those organizations are?
Good afternoon. Thank you, friend L. Gerard, for the record. UCA has traditionally, United Caribbean Association is one organization. History, Tradition, and Culture / Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow is another. TSK is another. And those are the primary organizations that we've communicated with. But for the record, I've participated in countless meetings with the two committees that I participate on of the ECC. I participate in a voluntary way, and have consistently worked to make sure that all of these other entities and individuals are included. So we've created a list for one of the committees that includes all of the heritage and cultural organizations in the territory that we could identify, so that outreach can be made to them. From St. John Co. on St. Thomas, the St. John Historical Society, we from Upstreet, the genealogy. It's a long list, the VI Society of Historians, so that there's proper contextualization of some of the work that some of the committees are undertaking. So
and you're a member of which two committees?
I am a member of the committee led by Senator Jackson. And I guess I need to get out of my full screen so that I can see my testimony to give you the proper names. And I am also a member of the committee led by, chaired by Akeem McIntosh. Give me a second and I'll give you the proper names. So it's the Committee on Education and Public Display. That's chaired by Akeem McIntosh, and the Committee Research and Data Collection Committee chaired by Senator Myron Jackson.
Okay, noted. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Okay, not hearing Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, we're going to proceed with Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. Oh, there she is.
Hi.
Hi, Senator. How are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, good.
My questions is going to be specifically geared towards the website and finances. As it relates to the website, what was the rationale between choosing the name VI 175 outside of We Knowing? Because I'm looking at it from a marketing standpoint. I think for me, I have boiled this whole thing down to what is going to be left behind to somehow represent what we spent all this money on. And from what I'm hearing, it's going to be this website that's going to be left to showcase the events and historical information, and it can be utilized not only by the people of this territory, but from others outside looking at it to get and garner information as to who we are as a people, VI, and our emancipation. What was the rationale behind the name, and why didn't we go along maybe something like more like VI Emancipation, Virgin Islands Emancipation, so it could have been more from a marketing standpoint so people could better know what it was about? Chairwoman Burke?
From a branding, Carol Burke. Senator, from a branding perspective, I am not a webmaster, but that was the suggestion of our webmaster to get going. If we do decide to change the name, that is nothing difficult to do because the website has not yet been launched.
Okay. Okay. I'm just giving a suggestion via
Thank you.
Emancipation, something like that.
Our email.
The other question.
Okay, sorry.
Huh? Yes,
No, I was
ma'am.
saying
What
that
did you
our
say?
email, though, is freedom@vi175. But I will take your suggestion to heart and have the committee review it tomorrow.
I'm looking at it long term.
Okay.
I'm looking
One
long
minute.
term for using this site. My other question, when are you going to have an election for a treasurer? That's what I would like to know.
We don't need a treasurer, Senator. We don't. The committee operates under the office of the governor. We don't operate outside of the government. We don't.
But then why do you need a chairperson? Why do you need a secretary? As a committee itself, there are day-to-day operations that you guys are doing that there's going to be checks and balances that you need internally. And when I heard Mr. Turnbull, when you purchased your T-shirts, did you purchase them with cash, credit? How did you pay for them?
I purchased cash.
Okay, there I go. So as a cash transaction that happened in this situation, who was there to account for that cash transaction? Because I'm sure Miss Mercedes Bruce, who's the Commissioner of Finance, was not there to deal with the treasury part of it. So who dealt with that cash transaction?
We have the option. With his transaction specifically, I don't know. But we have the members of the committee who were manning our display, and we had the option to pay cash or
Senator, your time has been called.
Credit card.
But let me wrap up. I'm about to head out. May I ask any of the members of the committee, I know Ms. Joseph was here, Mr. Jackson, do you believe that this organization needs a treasurer?
Our chairman has articulated the process to which he has made arrangements with the office of the governor. I do believe that in our organization there should be officers. We may be indifferent in that regards, but I see the wisdom in what you're suggesting.
Yes, I appreciate you seeing that wisdom. So I would make that recommendation that you guys do have a treasurer to keep track of this money. This is government funds that I take very dearly because I'm also responsible for it. And when you have these little nuances of cash coming in here, there, and everywhere, you have to have someone there on a day-to-day to keep track of the inventory, as well as to make sure that these cash are being held and accountable for, even when you transfer them over to Ms. Bruce. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator
Can I
Alma Francis.
clarify something that was placed on the record?
Please proceed.
Miss Lucy Nunez at the Department of Finance this was our first event, Senator, first. She is the one who's going to function to help us ensure that the process, that there's an accounting process in place at every single activity that we have. If the committee deems that it needs somebody to function, to make sure that the money is collected, blah, 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 that will be the will of the majority of the body, and that is the way we will proceed. This was our first event.
Thank you for that information, Chairwoman Burke. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. 3 minutes, sorry. No, not 2, 3.
Thank you for the Chairwoman Burke, I know we are 17 weeks away from the 175th Emancipation Celebration. So, are there any MOUs, contracts being executed for the erection of monuments, etc. also? Concerts, etc.? We have 17 weeks left.
Yeah. We have potential MOUs and contracts. We've been speaking to, for instance, outside of tourism, we've been speaking to other private concerns regarding promotions, because we want to make sure that where we could collaborate with departments like tourism, that we're able to do that without having to cost the committee additional money or expenses. So we're doing that, and yes, but there hasn't been a MOU in place per se, but we are engaging those prospects.
Are we prepared? We have 17 weeks left. I mean, that's not much time in real time.
We have been speaking with and these people, I mean, they honestly, I gonna tell you this. The person who is in charge of branding ECC, you talking about time, he has taken on so much. And when I say that, I mean, he has been able to accomplish in over about 2 months, been able to put so many things in place for this committee that you wouldn't believe that it's just one entity that has done it. So yes, we understand and appreciate your concern about time, but we still are very confident that we'll be able to get to the finish line.
Very well. And in closing, Mr. Chair, are there any symposiums and other educational events being planned for this Emancipation Celebration?
Senator, through the Committee of Education and Public Displays, which is chaired by Akeem McIntosh, those kinds of activities, as well as in collaboration with UVI through the Cultural Affairs Committee under Dr. Kinuma Simmons, are being planned and developed as well.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Vice President Blyden. And in addition to what the Vice President mentioned about the signage, who exactly is responsible for placing or erecting all of this signage throughout the territory?
Well, we've been working with DPNR in terms of what we would like to see, especially Freedom City, those kind of signs, right? The welcome signs. But those that we're placing in the town, we're collaborating with historic preservation. And so ultimately, DPNR, Public Works will have to be the ones, collaborating to make sure that those signs are in place.
We also extended an invitation to Public Works, or at least for them to have some input in this dialogue as well. Unfortunately, they declined, but hopefully they will be collaborating with you on that, because I can't see the committee having the sole responsibility of, placing and erecting signs throughout the territory. It should be a collaborative effort with Public Works, and of course for other needs of the committee, such as waste management, etc. I'm hoping that the agencies in question are attuned to this hearing today and at least are able to reach out, or yourself reach out to them in order to collaborate on these efforts. Senator Potter, you are now acknowledged for your 5 minutes. Three. I'm still on 5, boy. I'm drilling. Three.
Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair. At the turn of the new year, in my view, this is just my view, for an event of this magnitude, I would have liked every tourist coming off the plane, every Virgin Islander coming home, I wanted to be able to see signs and evidence that we have this big, huge event commemorating our 175th emancipation. I would have liked to have seen that right out the gate. So my question is, when do we anticipate seeing the signs and hearing the PSAs and seeing the flags and hearing the excitement about this event? And I know Senator Blyden mentioned we were 17 weeks away from this. 17 weeks is a snap of the finger. When are we going to start seeing the crescendo building towards this event?
That's a great question, Senator Potter. And as I indicated earlier in my testimony, we started at the fair. And we are prepared because our branding is out. It's there. And we are prepared because the funds are now available to procure everything that we need, flags, banners, but the brand is already there. So it's just a matter, and I tell you, as we speak, that is being addressed. So newspaper, radio, all of that coming out March 1. We already engaged with some radio stations to do specific radio programs geared towards with certain radio personalities. But it ain't gonna be me. Certain radio personalities, okay, who we all respect, as a matter of fact. Gonna be both on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Those things are in place.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Madam Chair. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
Looking forward to it. The license plate, and I know I have just under a minute. The license plate. In my view, I would have liked also to have seen this. I think it's just a great opportunity for us to open the design of the license plate up to the school, to have a massive competition amongst maybe the art department of the various schools in our territory, public and private, make a competition out of it. You know, that would have been an opportunity to get the word out, get the young people excited about it. I'm afraid that was probably an opportunity missed. I haven't seen the design, but I'm thinking that would have been a grand opportunity for us to get our kids involved directly in the design of the license plate, and the winning design is the one that we would use. Any thoughts on that?
I kind of share your enthusiasm with that, and I see why you would say that. But even collaborating within the committee to get a design that we felt that we didn't necessarily want it to be stiff. We wanted to be who we are as a people. We move and we blah, blah, blah. But taking that into consideration, there's other things that the children are going to be doing, not just the children, but even at the university level. There's other competition, art, and other exhibits that are going to be going, masquerading, all of those things, basket weaving, all of that, storytelling, all of that is going to be a part of, I don't want to say the curriculum, but part of the program that's going to be in the schools throughout the year.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, if I may just, I know my time was called, if I may just make one quick statement for just probably about 4 seconds.
Please proceed, sir.
If I really believe that with regards to those culture bearers, those folks in this community who have been in the trenches every year after year, dealing with the commemoration of Emancipation Day, I believe that they do more than just an open call for interested persons to sign up. I believe that, and I'm thinking about folks in St. John who deal with that activity there, Liba Olanihi and the guy who deals with those activities here. I believe that we should reach out to them directly and engage them directly, as opposed to just saying, look, we have an open sign-up period tomorrow, come one, come all. That's just my thoughts. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter.
Can I respond to real quickly? And that's what's happening through the subcommittees. The subcommittees have been reaching out to these groups and individuals who are culture bearer, tradition bearer. We have been doing that. So it's not that it's not happening, it's just that now we're, as a full committee, going to be making that open call to everybody, so it's all encompassing.
Duly noted. And the previous senator mentioned the license plate, right? And it's just a small suggestion. I did tune into your press conference yesterday at Government House, which was very good and informative.
Thank you.
And when you were presenting the license plate, I saw ABC 123, and I immediately started thinking about Michael Jackson, right? The song. But suggesting, I feel that that should say freedom rather than ABC 123. I felt like it watered down the importance of it. I suggested it to the director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I'm hoping that she's able to go to the committee, and hopefully you may see a importance in doing it that way, but that's just my suggestion.
There's one that says USVI, so we won't use the ABC one. You're correct.
Okay.
We'll use the USVI one instead.
Okay. President Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, 175 years, demi-semi centennial, 175 years. That's what it means. Don't be puzzled. Demi-semi centennial. National pride. There is truly an opportunity for us to really exhort national pride throughout this whole discussion. And I must agree with my previous senator that spoke about that. We seem to be a day late and a dollar short. We really have to make this a Herculean task. This have to be a full-time assignment. This cannot be part-time. Our time is short. We're right around the corner. This have to be a full-time assignment. And the easiest way is for us to involve all of the stakeholders, bring them in, give them tasks, and let them carry out. All they could do is make this committee shine. So I implore the committee again to embrace all those entities that we know are engaged in whatever they have been able to do in the past. The UCA, the chant, all of those things. Bring them in the fold, give them their tasks, and make this heavy lift a lot lighter. Is there a commemorative pin that have been designed yet for this celebration?
No, Senator, there hasn't been one that's designed.
Day late, dollar short. License plate. We have to start to feel this. I want to see where there's branding. Everything that comes out of government, the legislature, the judiciary, the executive branch, has to speak to this 175 years. This has to be infectious. This has to be epidemic. Everywhere you go, you got to feel this sense of national pride, and really there's this whole celebration. Minute. So, and our discussion today, there was we conflating some issues here. We talk about the St. John Rebellion. We talk about Contract Day. All these are separate times, separate from emancipation. So it's important that we start to do the marketing, the public education that required, so that we could have a branding and a very straightforward messages here, so that we don't have people going in different direction and understanding and interpreting different things in regards to what's being achieved here. Senator Jackson, thank you for your presentation. You're perfectly in your element. And I hope that they're able to utilize you even more. Because I know that you could certainly assist in getting this message out and really start to make this infectious, so that we could really truly see what's happening here. Do you agree that the St. John Rebellion and Contract Day is a separate discussion from the emancipation, former Senate President Jackson?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
I believe it's part of and inclusive of the story. I believe that emancipation, when we take each historic act for self-determination, it speaks of our continuity as a people for the struggle of freedom and civil rights.
Okay. So again, I believe that the time has come to make this full-time. And we really got to get moving on this particular issue if we're going to be able to achieve what we're trying to achieve here. What about this? If I may conclude, Mr. Chair. What about this assignment? What about this mission that you're on, Madam Chair, that keeps you up at night? What about this that gives you cause for pause?
You, Senator, we don't have enough time for me to go there with you today. But let me just say this. I have never said this publicly, but except now during this process, and it's nothing personal. I am a descendant of Anna Hegard. Go to my DNA and you will see it. But my DNA is about how I was raised. And I fully understand that all of us got different perspectives, but because of how we were raised as a people, we understand the values and the traditions. I don't know, being a student of sociology, that I need to take Emancipation 101. The responsibility is all of ours. In the schools, in the libraries, when we talking in the street, and even on the talk shows. That's a conversation and a conviction for all of us to fashion and be proud about every single day. When I was a senator in the 22nd legislature, I served on the 150th Emancipation Committee. I never attended one single meeting because I was never, ever invited. So it was a different dynamic. But I'll tell you what I did as a senator. I understood then the significance. And so I named that stretch a roadway coming off of Melvin Evans Highway, going all the way through the tongue of Frederickstead, all the way back to Hams Bluff, Emancipation Drive. Do you know, Senator, that not one single governor, do you know, Senator, that not one single commissioner of public works thought it necessary or important enough to officially dedicate Emancipation Drive? It's going to happen this year. Governor Albert Bryan going to do it. And that's what I don't live with every single day, knowing that we don't get personal about things around here instead of understanding the real assignment given to all of us. If we can't hold up each other when we need to, we are going to fall down together. And that's why I don't live with every single day.
Thank you, President Francis Jr. And Chairwoman Burke, concerning the delegates that will be visiting the Virgin Islands, you made mention to them in your testimony. What are the plans for them specifically when it comes to this cultural tourism that they will be experiencing through our 175th?
That's exactly where we're going to lean into. All the nonprofit organizations who've been there putting on whatever, whether it is tours, whether it's folk life festivals, that's what we're going to lean into for them. We don't want people to come here, and because we all travel, we don't want people to come here for this experience and and have them leave not feeling what the vibes is about our culture and our traditions. So that's exactly what we're leaning into, having them take the lead in that.
And about how many delegates, if there's a number associated, are coming from different island nations or abroad? Do you have
we haven't received responses yet. We already sent out the invitations, but we're looking Caribbean-wise. We sent invitations to our immediate neighbors, and then we sent invitations. We sent an invitation. We didn't send an invitation to the interior, and Ghana already has our invitation. So I would venture to say at least 25.
Okay, and one of them being the Aquamuking?
Yes.
Which
yes.
The people from Aquamu were solely, or mostly, I should say, responsible for the 1733 revolt on the island of St. John.
Yeah,
so
because it's like Senator Jackson said, we focusing on emancipation. It's part of the whole story, but we want to tell the emancipation story and the journey that it took from here to St. John. Well, St. John was first, but from St. John here and even to the Queens, we want to make sure, part of the things that I've been seeing is people come in and say, what you guys including the Queen? Why not include them? They're a part of the story we want. I think our people are smart enough, to understand there's a difference between 1848 and 1878. And we're going to make sure we keep that understanding, as part of the dialogue and the narrative that we need to share with the public.
Okay, thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to all. But Madam Chair, every day I drive Frederick said I see a big sign that says Emancipation Drive. So I see that sign. I go to Frederickstead every day. There's one to the end of the highway, for sure, it's there.
It only went up last year.
I can't tell her when. I've seen it for a longer time than last year.
No, the one in Christian, the one in Frederickstead?
In Frederickstead, not in town, the one at the end of the highway.
Right, I've been seeing.
It's been there in fact, there was a wooden sign there first.
Oh, yeah, initially, yeah,
Initially, there was a wooden sign there first, and now there is.
But the place is indedicated, they got a sign there? The porch is the sign.
West represented with that sign there.
Okay.
Thank you. I must say that today has been a very enlightening day. But the most important thing is when we all can come together in unity, this day that we are planning can be a great success. And I say that asking that chant, your committee and all committees that have been doing this, find a day of what I would call reckoning, meeting together and hitting the heads. It's going to never be a smooth thing, It's the end result we want. Coming together sometimes could be quite difficult. But if we just come together and have that discussion, the end product is going to be great. And we need to do that. I see you spoke in your testimony about planting and stuff like that and maintaining the drive. It's going to cost some maintenance, and it's beautiful to put down plants and all of that stuff. But if it's not maintained, it's going to be something else. So I want you to think about it and make sure that Public Work is on board. And the executive order is very clear that all government entities and agencies to be on board. And those who don't think they should have been here today, they need to look at that executive order to make sure that they meet with you guys and offer whatever assistance you need from this government to make this day a successful day. And not just the day, but this whole historical time as we go through our time here on this planet. So I wish you the best, and I found Frederick said, whatever I could do to help you, please call me.
I will call you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions at this moment. I got one. Landmark Society, what's the status? Are they on board with you? Have you met with them? Are they going to be contributing?
I personally reached out to the Landmark Society, and the executive director had indicated support.
Time.
However, honestly, we have yet to meet.
Oh.
We have, but I going to still pursue that meeting and more and more.
My time was just called, so time is against you right now too. So I hope you sure can meet with those folks and get this thing going the right way.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And Chairwoman Burke, so we should be looking forward to that ceremony for that road. When so?
It will be June 20. No. I'm sorry. It will be the first Monday, the last week in June. Can I look at my calendar real quick?
Well, once you have that date, please forward it to us,
I will,
so that the members of this committee or this institution that may want to attend, be there in support of that. Next, we have Senator Capehart. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My colleagues have already spoken in regards to all of these different cultural organizations coming together. This is very important. And why I say that, because I remember last July in Emancipation Garden, Frederickstead, there were 2 events going on at the same time. 2 different organizations had their own celebration going on. I don't want to see that for our 175th celebration. I want to see that collaboration of chant, yucca, everybody coming together to have one celebration. And that's what we need to be singing. Chairwoman Burke, as you've been asked by some of my colleagues as it pertains to accountability and transparency regarding the $1 million that you receive for this big event, I would recommend getting everybody who's there collecting money to become bonded, to receive cash monies. This would have helped to establish internal controls over cash receipts to prevent any mishandling, safeguarding any potential loss. So that's just my recommendation, to find out that bonding process for individuals to get bonded. I think that's a great idea that you working with Finance Commissioner Bosady, that you have an instant treasurer. That's how I look at it. So because this is not an organization that's going to, I hope it would actually continue for every celebration. But for this year, or the next few months, I should say, when I suggested doing a quarterly report, it actually hit me, oh my gosh, you guys only have a certain amount of time left. So I would still recommend doing like a monthly report, you know, to bring accountability and transparency. Mr. Chair, thank you and congratulations on your first meeting.
Thank you, Senator Capehart.
Thank you.
Next, we have Senator Carrion. You're now recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon once again to everyone. Chairwoman Burke, in regards to the capital projects that you mentioned within your testimony, what's the cost of all of that? I know in the testimony you mentioned there will be 3 phases, and you're currently in phase 1.
Yes.
And I really appreciate how you outlined and detailed the phases and what will take place. And I'm excited to see it come to fruition. So thank you and the chair for that
you
committee.
should come to one of our meetings. I would invite you. And there's so much information already generated in capital projects, specifically about the Emancipation Drive. I will invite you to come and share some time with us.
I would gladly come. So do you have any idea what would this cost approximately be? You have been talking about the figure.
Well, I think that Governor Brown wanted us to erect something that will be lasting and memorable on Emancipation Drive. And we've been throwing some ideas around, like having an area where either, you know, there's like clear the road or something like that. So the more we elaborate, the more expensive it got. This last week, we consulted with a sculptor who was here, and he had his queens out at the fairgrounds as part of our display regarding what it would entail. And if we were supposed to do something like that, it would cost anywhere between $100,000 to $150,000. Overall, the other things that are listed, and it's in my testimony that
1 minute,
that we're planning on doing on the drive, to include having something available at Claudio Marco School for the students and anybody else who want to go to have an interactive display. That would probably be around $60,000. Overall, as we're in phase 1, we're looking at approximately $300,000 to do all enhancement. UVI and USDA are going to give us all of those indigenous plants that they got to source for free. they're gonna find them and give it to us for free. So that where we could get like the engagement of other departments and UVI, that's where I will come in terms of their in-kind
So it's
contributions.
still a work in progress then, I
Yes.
guess, trying to get all the pieces together to determine what the predicted
Oh,
costs would
another
be.
example is we're doing 2 columns at the entrance of Emancipation Drive, Vivo Construction, erecting those columns for free. So it would have otherwise cost us something, but I asked for them to do it, and they said yes. So if we could come under the cost of the $300,000 that we have budgeted for Emancipation Drive enhancement, we're going to come under it. But we'll have something completed in phase 1.
So this funds is separate and apart from the $1 million that
It's a
you've
part
been
of the
granted.
$1 million.
It's part of the $1 million.
Yes.
All right, very well. Well, I wish you and the committee all the best. We stand ready to support you in anything that we can. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, which I shared in the beginning, the importance of involvement, and not only of the nonprofit sector, but also the government agencies. They need to understand that this is all of us. So they need to also engage and be part of it. Okay? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Alawi.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. See that even he's Spanish, he's getting it good. Alawi. Thank you. And, I must say that, the sentiments of my committee and non-committee members, my colleagues, is time is a commodity that none of us can replace. And if we don't take the steps now to prepare, then we will plan to fail or fail to plan, right? So we look forward to collaborating with the 175th, along with every department and commission or whoever is assisting to be able to have a successful 175th. I see Senator James, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes. 3 minutes, everybody. Still with this 5 and 3. One moment. Proceed.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Ms. Burke, we haven't here long today.
I'm at home.
It's not intentional, but hey.
I know, but I'm home.
Yeah. So
I'm home.
my question to you, so I saw you did a press conference, I think it was yesterday?
Yesterday.
It was yesterday. Mr. Burke. I call him Mr. Burke, he answering. But moving forward, as far as updates, because we don't expect you to be down here every time. We don't have time for that. It's time to work. So as far as how you would relay the message to the public and keep us informed, can you let us know about your marketing strategy moving forward from now until July?
We have a committee, communications and media. We are going to be collaborating with Government House, for one. We're also going to perhaps hire a marketing firm. Nobody elaborate, but enough that could get our message and our branding out there. We've been very lucky to be working with an individual who has, in fact, been designing a lot of our stuff, including our logo. And by the way, the logo will be on the pin, and it'll be part of our one of the things that should be available at least by April. But it may look now that there's not much out there, but it's going to happen within a month. The radio program coming out March 1. We also have via access channels.
Can I just make one quick suggestion?
Yes, yeah.
Big up to WTJX, Via, and all those other marketing and advertising companies, but we have some millennials as well. I'm just kindly asking that you incorporate them. We have individuals like Synchro Entertainment. I can't even list all of them, but we have a lot of young Virgin Islanders right now who have a strong platform, and I want to make sure that we can bridge the gap between those like yourself and myself who represent 2 different generations but have one common goal, which is to move the Virgin Islands forward. So just incorporate those young Virgin Islanders.
Of course.
And as far as division of festivals, I know Mr. Turnbull said that he can't really say much without Commissioner Bushelty, but I do believe in Commissioner Bushelty. He's doing an amazing job. And I just want to say that I look forward to even them using some of their resources when it comes to marketing to get the word out, because we have more than enough time to put heads in beds and to bring people, whether which island they decide to stay during that time, so whether it's St. Croix, St. Thomas, or St. John, to really market the U.S. Virgin Islands as a destined location to spend July 3rd Emancipation Weekend. So with that said, thank you, Mr. Chair, for this meaningful committee hearing. And Ms. Burke, we love you.
I love you too.
Thank you, Senator James. Next before we have Senator Fonseca, I wanted to ask a question to Mr. Krigger. And the question is concerning collaboration with the digitization of documents. And I wanted to know what the status is on the Van Scholten collection and if that would be available for digitizing. We cannot hear you on this side.
Testing.
We can hear you now. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Sean L. Krigger, Director, DPNR, State Reserve Preservation Office. Senator, the digitization efforts for the Van Scholten collection is through the Division of Libraries and Archives, and unfortunately, I do not know the status of that work. However, through Commissioner Oriol, we will get that information to you and provide it to you as soon as possible.
Okay, so any particular documents or collections would have to go through the Division of Libraries, and there's no representative here today for that, correct?
That is correct. Only myself and Commissioner Oriol were present, but that information can easily be gotten, and we will provide it to you.
Okay, very well. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Okay, so Senator Majority Leader Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This Emancipation Celebration in my head is so big. And I'm wondering, we're talking about, we're having $1 million conversation, but that $1 million is going to go like nothing. And especially if we're talking about branding and making sure that we get the message out to the rest of the world. And while we're talking about the rest of the world, we got to pay attention to our locals as well. We saw what happened for St. Croix Festival. We saw what happened for the Ag Fair. It's almost like we can't get off the island. And we should be making these activities accessible to all Virgin Islanders to be able to participate. We're not talking about carnival and festival and whatnot here, but rather a commemoration of an extremely important event. So, as I'm thinking, and like I said, that's why I started off with that $1 million going to run out like nothing. But with the budget that your subcommittee, I think you said your subcommittee folks submitted a budget?
Yes.
For their respective areas?
Yes.
Are there any monies left over that will be able to probably subsidize inter-island travel to ensure that individuals could get from St. Thomas, St. John to St. Croix?
Senator, no.
Okay, no.
No.
And I like that. Be straight up, you know, and if the funding just ain't there, the funding just ain't there. But it's things that we need to think about. And if there's any other monies anywhere in the pot or whatever to assist with this commemoration, then we need to try to assist. But again, this Emancipation Celebration, I'm telling you, I'm thinking like real outside the box. And hoping that as we want to reach those outside the Virgin Islands, that those within the Virgin Islands, it's accessible for them to be able to be here as well and participate in these activities. So I'm not going to beat the dead horse about all of us coming together and whatnot. You've heard that all day. I know some persons and some entities are very difficult to work with. I ain't gonna hide that. That's facts. You know, easier said than done. But just let's try to put our heads together so that we could make this celebration one that will represent all of us across the board. Again, best wishes to you and the committee and all those who are standing up to the plate to ensure that we have a proper 175th celebration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Majority Leader Gittins, and I must continue to echo the sentiments of my colleagues surrounding the importance of what is ours, what is part of our history, our culture, the way that our people were able to free themselves, emancipate themselves from the enslaved situation that took place and had taken place for hundreds and hundreds of years. And here we are today as a society, a proud, strong society, moving forward into this future collectively, a socioeconomic mix or a cultural melting pot of society, one would say, of which we learn and grow, together from each other. And that is the importance and the beautiful part of diversity, So much like we celebrate many other traditions and holidays, we have an opportunity to capitalize on what is ours and make it even greater than we know it is and can be. So I'm really looking forward to having the committee come back before that time to be able to tell us of all the accomplishments that you're going to be having moving forward. So I see you smiling, so you must know that this body obviously is in support of anything that can be done to support the committee and our history and culture. So I'm looking forward to having that dialogue once that time comes again. And before we close out, I would like to thank all of the testifiers, and I'll be giving you all an opportunity to give a 1-minute remark for attending this first committee hearing as the Chairman of Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks. It is truly my honor to have you before me on my first hearing, and I believe my colleagues also share the same sentiment because of the importance of this discussion and where we are in the process of it. And I'm looking forward to having a more productive and informative dialogue and hope to continue to advocate and be a voice on your behalf as well. I'll give everyone a 1-minute closeout, and then I will make some other remarks before sharing a link to this or an image of the survey that you have. So you may proceed, President Burke, Chairwoman Burke.
Since I'm calling me president, I don't know if you have a ball before you, but anyway, I want to thank you and this illustrious body. In all sincerity, I lean on your individual and collective experiences to help to guide the committee through a path where we're going to accomplish all that we all could be proud of come July 3rd, 2023. Those who know me know that I'm not going to stand up and take on an assignment as grand as this, not knowing that I have, number one, the leadership abilities, and number two, the kind of committee that I could rely upon, and I do have those two things. I call on everybody out there who reside in these beautiful islands that we call our beloved home to feel free to come on board and join the Emancipation Committee so that our plans and all of our work, however far-fetched they might look today, could be achieved and celebrated by all of us. Thank you, Honorable Senator Bolkes, for inviting me. It was so honor. It's such an honor to know that you had the Emancipation Commemorative Committee before you as your first successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Senator Jackson, your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to first of all congratulate you on your first meeting, and as Chairman has articulated, we're very moved that you selected the 175th Emancipation Commemoration as your first topic and order of business, and it says a lot. I think today it set the tone for the various government agencies and the branches of government to come on board in this observance of this national and important milestone in our history. And we look forward to future engagements with you and the members of the 35th legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, former Senator Jackson. Mr. Krigger, closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Senator Bolkes. On behalf of the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, we thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the Emancipation Committee and the commitment that DPNR has made to supporting this effort. And Senator Bolkes, we would also like to commend you for your support, for your previous engagement with the department to find out, how our mission can be done in this effort. In closing, I would also like to state that it is really important as we move forward with these plans in celebrating our 175th anniversary, that the reminders of this important event in the history of the Virgin Islands be done through tangible items. Because when all the festivities have concluded, the celebrations, the festivals, the concerts, and so forth, it is those elements in bronze and stone and metal that will be there to tell the story, the struggles of our people. These are going to be important elements for our cultural heritage, for leading tours and other means of interpreting our history for our generations now and to come. And so DPNR stands ready to support in that effort. And we thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Krigger. Director Turnbull, your closing remarks.
Good afternoon again, Senator Bolkes. Thank you for having the Department of Tourism on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Bushelty and the entire tourism team. We look forward to working and collaborating with the ECC in making this event something that will be memorable for years to come. We stand at ready to assist in any which way that we can, and we look forward to a great day on July 3rd, 2023 and beyond. So thank you for having us.
Thank you, Director Turnbull, and thank you to my colleagues. Or to chant, I apologize, I keep forgetting Ms. Gerard on the online. Ms. Gerard, closing remarks.
Oh, thank you so much, Senator. Thank you for this opportunity to wear my many hats. And I think that this helps us to understand that the institutionalization of our heritage, our culture, is extremely important, and that the long-term result needs to be an institution where our heritage, our archives, our archaeological resources are shared, protected, and curated for our children and their children and their children's children. And I'll close with what was my closing statement, which is that our ancestors showed us the power of unity, and it's a lesson that resonates today. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Director Gerard. And I want to thank all of the testifiers for being here today, and most of all, thank you to my staff for a successful meeting. Thank you to my colleagues, also non-committee members who came out and supported the committee today, central staff, media, and everyone who made this meeting a success today. I'm looking forward to continuing the work of this committee, and I'm hoping that the departments that did not make it today tuned in or are going to hear about what we discussed today, because we need all hands on deck. And it's very important for us to work in unity, like Ms. Gerard said, in order for us to accomplish this task ahead in celebrating our 175th commemoration of our emancipation here in the Virgin Islands. And with that said, our conch shell blower. Oh yes, I want to thank my conch shell blower. A lot of mercy. A lot of mercy. Miss Adeja Longville, that young lady, blew the conch shell for us earlier this morning. I got goosebumps. At first, when I first saw her come through the doors, I was like, who's blowing the conch shell? And you know, she's so petite. But let me tell you something. That girl got a set of lungs on her. You understand? And she blew that conch shell loud and clear. And I felt the vibration to my whole entire body. And, you know, and she's a Crucian majority leader. She's a Crucian. She's from West End. Oh, Lord. Okay. The St. Croix District Senators are riling up now. Yeah, she's from the West End. Also, I wanted to share the graphic concerning the survey that the 175th will be getting submissions from the general public. It will go up on the screen in a moment and hopefully run for a little while once we adjourn. Please take note to that information to the general public so that you too can input and do your part to take part in the 175th commemoration of our emancipation. And I believe media should have that up in just momentarily and have that running and continue to run for at least a few minutes. And for the most part, that will be it, and we will adjourn this meeting. So the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks is hereby adjourned.